This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I never thought a simple camping trip could turn into such a terrifying ordeal. It all started when my buddy Matt suggested we go camping at this secluded spot near the swamp that he'd heard about from some guys at work. I wasn't too keen on the idea at first. I'm more of an indoor person, and the thought of sleeping outside in the middle of nowhere didn't exactly appeal to me. But Matt was persistent, saying it would be a great chance to get away from our boring small town for a weekend and have an adventure. Eventually, I caved and agreed to go. We packed up Matt's old pickup truck on Friday afternoon and hit the road. As we drove further out of town, the landscape became more and more desolate. Nothing but flat, empty fields stretching out to the horizon, with patches of dense forest here and there. It felt like we were driving to the edge of the world. After a couple hours, we turned off onto a narrow dirt road that wound through the trees. Matt said this would take us to the camping spot. The forest was so thick on either side that branches scraped against the truck as we crawled along. I was starting to get an uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach. Finally, we came to a small clearing and Matt declared we had arrived. As we got out to stretch our legs, I noticed another campsite about 50 yards away through the trees. It looked abandoned. The tent was partially collapsed and there was trash and equipment scattered around. I pointed it out to Matt. Weird, he said. Doesn't look like anyone's been here in a while. Maybe they left in a hurry. As we started unloading our gear, movement near the abandoned camp caught my eye. I froze, staring into the trees. For a split second, I saw a dark figure standing there watching us, long black hair, wearing all black. But when I blinked, it was gone. "Did you see that?" I asked Matt, my voice shaking slightly. "See what?" "I thought I saw someone over by that other campsite." Matt peered into the trees but shook his head. "I don't see anyone. You're imagining things, dude. Come on, let's get set up before it gets dark." I tried to shake off the eerie feeling as we pitched our tents and got a fire going, but I couldn't stop glancing over at the abandoned camp, half expecting to see that figure again. As night fell, the forest came alive with strange sounds, rustling in the underbrush, distant howls, branches creaking in the wind. Every noise made me jump. We roasted some hot dogs over the fire and cracked open a few beers. Matt was in good spirits, telling jokes and stories, but I couldn't relax. There was a heavy, ominous feeling in the air that I couldn't shake, like we were being watched. Around midnight, we decided to turn in. I lay in my sleeping bag, staring up at the roof of my tent, unable to fall asleep. Every snapping twig or animal cry jolted me fully awake. I must have finally dozed off at some point, because the next thing I knew, Matt was shaking me awake urgently. "Dude, wake up," he hissed. I sat up groggily. "What's wrong?" Matt's face was pale in the dim light of dawn. "I saw someone outside your tent," he whispered. "I got up to take a piss, and there was a person standing right there, staring at your tent. Same person you saw earlier, all in black with long dark hair." A chill ran down my spine. What did they do? Where did they go? As soon as they saw me, they took off into the woods. I tried to follow but lost them. My heart was pounding. "We need to get out of here," I said. Matt nodded. "Yeah, this is freaky as hell. Let's pack up and go." We hurriedly broke down our campsite, constantly looking over our shoulders. Every rustle in the trees made us freeze. As we were loading up the truck, I heard a twig snap nearby and spun around. For a split second, I saw that dark figure again at the edge of the clearing, just standing there watching us. Then it melted back into the shadows. "Matt, there it is again!" I shouted. He ran over, Where? I don't see anything. It was right there, I swear. We gotta go now. We peeled out of there as fast as we could on that narrow, bumpy road. I kept expecting something to jump out in front of us at any moment. We didn't start to relax until we got back to the main highway. Holy shit, that was terrifying, Matt said, hands shaking on the steering wheel. What the hell was that thing? I have no idea, I replied, but I'm never going camping again. When we got back to town, we went straight to the police station to report what happened. The sheriff listened to our story with a grim expression. "Boys, I think you may have had a close call," he said. "That abandoned campsite you saw? It belonged to a hiker who went missing in that area over a month ago. Search and rescue teams scoured those woods for weeks, but never found a trace. And you're not the first to report seeing a strange figure out there." A cold weight settled in my stomach as the implications sank in. Matt and I exchanged horrified looks. We'd unknowingly camped right next to the site of a probable murder, and the killer may have still been out there, watching us. In the weeks that followed, I had trouble sleeping. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that dark figure standing in the shadows, staring at me. Matt and I didn't talk much about what happened. I think we both wanted to forget. But sometimes I catch him looking over his shoulder, scanning the tree line with wary eyes. I still don't know for sure what we encountered out there in those woods. Was it the killer coming back to the scene of the crime? A ghost? Some kind of forest spirit? All I know is that Matt and I came way too close to becoming another mysterious disappearance in those godforsaken woods. I thank my lucky stars we made it out of there alive, but a part of me wonders if that thing followed us home and is still out there somewhere, watching and waiting in the darkness. That particular weekend, I set up my tent at the edge of the woods, maybe a quarter-mile from the house. It was a crisp October day, perfect camping weather. I spent the afternoon gathering firewood and just enjoying the peace and quiet. As the sun was starting to set, I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye. I turned and saw someone walking through the trees, maybe 100 yards away. At first I thought it was just a neighbor out for a walk, but then I realized this person was definitely on my property. I called out, asking if they needed help, but they didn't respond. They just kept walking, weaving between the trees. I only caught glimpses as they moved through the shadowy forest. Something about their gait seemed off, like they were limping or dragging one leg. I felt a chill run down my spine. This didn't seem right. I debated packing up and heading back to the house, but I told myself I was being paranoid. It was probably just someone who had wandered off the nearby hiking trail by mistake. Still, I made sure my cell phone was fully charged and kept it close as night fell. I built a campfire and tried to relax, but I kept replaying that strange figure in my mind. As it got darker, the woods seemed to close in around me. Every snapping twig made me jump. I told myself to calm down. I'd camped out here dozens of times before without incident. Around midnight, I crawled into my sleeping bag, leaving the lantern on outside the tent. I was almost asleep when I heard it. Footsteps crunching through the leaves, moving fast. They were coming straight for my campsite. My heart started racing. I lay completely still, hardly daring to breathe. The footsteps circled my tent once, twice, 3 times. Then they stopped right outside the entrance. I was frozen in terror. Long seconds ticked by in silence. Then, without warning, there was a loud slash, and something sharp cut through the side of my tent. I let out an involuntary yelp of fear. A hand reached through the tear, groping blindly. In the dim lantern light, I saw dirty fingernails and mottled skin. I scrambled out of my sleeping bag and burst out the tent door, not even bothering with my shoes. I sprinted through the dark woods toward my house, branches whipping my face. I could hear heavy footsteps pounding after me. Somehow I made it to the house and slammed the door behind me, locking it. I ran around turning on all the lights and grabbed my shotgun from the closet. For hours I sat there shaking, jumping at every little sound, but nothing happened. When dawn finally came, I worked up the courage to look outside. There was no sign of anyone. I called the police and they came out to investigate. They found my slashed tent and some footprints, but no other evidence. They told me it was probably just some drunk kids playing a prank, but I knew it was something much worse. For weeks afterward, I felt like I was being watched. I'd catch glimpses of movement at the tree line. Sometimes at night, I'd hear those same running footsteps circling my house. But whenever I looked outside, there was nothing there. I installed security cameras and motion-activated lights all around the property. For months, I barely slept. I kept replaying that night in my head, the slash of the knife, those grasping fingers reaching for me in the dark. Even now, a year later, I still don't feel safe in my own home. The scariest part is not knowing who it was or why they targeted me. Was it a deranged stranger, a neighbor with a grudge? I've gone over and over it in my mind, but I can't make sense of it. The police never found any leads. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing. But then I'll be outside at dusk and get that feeling of eyes watching me from the woods. I'll hear a twig snap in the darkness and my blood runs cold. Whatever, or whoever it was, I know they're still out there. And I'm terrified they'll come back to finish what they started that night. I don't camp on my property anymore. I barely even go in the backyard. I've thought about selling the place and moving, but part of me is afraid that thing would follow me wherever I go. So I stay, and I wait, wondering if every night will be the night those footsteps come running out of the dark again. I know this probably sounds crazy. Most days I can almost convince myself it was all just a vivid nightmare. But then I'll catch a whiff of decaying leaves on the wind, and I'm right back there in that slashed tent, with an unknown horror reaching for me in the night. I don't know if I'll ever feel truly safe again. I'm sorry if this is rambling or doesn't make sense. I've never actually told anyone the full story before. It helps a little to get it out, but I still feel on edge. If anyone has experienced anything similar or has any insight, I'd appreciate hearing it. I just want to understand what happened to me and why. And I want to know if I'll ever be free of this lingering fear that something is still out there in the woods, waiting for me. For now, I keep the shotgun loaded by my bed. I check the security cameras obsessively, and every night before I go to sleep, I make sure every door and window is locked tight. But I can never shake the feeling that it won't be enough, that someday, somehow, that thing from the woods will find its way inside, and this time there will be nowhere left to run. When I first arrived at the campsite, everything seemed peaceful. The lake was beautiful, partially frozen over and reflecting the gray winter sky. I set up my tent and got a small fire going, looking forward to a quiet evening in nature. That's when I first noticed him. There was a man, probably in his 40s, sitting by himself near a large pine tree about 50 feet from my campsite. He was bundled up in a thick dark coat and just staring in my direction. I gave a little wave, trying to be friendly, but he didn't respond. Just kept staring with this unsettling blank expression. I tried to ignore him and go about setting up my camp, but I could feel his eyes on me the whole time. Every time I glanced over, he was in the exact same position, unmoving. It was starting to seriously creep me out. As the afternoon wore on, I kept expecting him to set up his own tent or campsite. but he never did. He had no gear with him that I could see, just that coat. Who comes to a freezing cold campground in December with no supplies? I decided to try talking to him, thinking maybe he was lost or needed help. As I approached, he finally moved, turning his head to look directly at me. That's when I saw his face clearly for the first time, and my blood ran cold. He had this fake, plastered-on smile that didn't reach his eyes at all. His eyes looked exhausted, with dark circles underneath, and there was just something off about his whole expression, like someone trying and failing to mimic normal human emotions. "Hey there," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Everything okay? Do you need any help setting up camp?" He just kept smiling, that unnatural smile. "No," he said flatly. "I'm fine right here." His voice was as unsettling as his face, completely devoid of any warmth or normal inflection. I muttered something about letting me know if he needed anything and retreated back to my tent as quickly as I could without running. My hands were shaking as I zipped myself inside. What the hell was wrong with that guy? Every instinct I had was screaming danger. I peeked out the tent flap, and he was still sitting there, still staring, still smiling that horrible smile. I tried to convince myself I was overreacting. Maybe he was just socially awkward or had some kind of mental health issue, but I couldn't shake the feeling of dread in the pit of my stomach. As night started to fall, I realized I was going to have to leave my tent eventually to use the bathroom and put out my fire. The thought of walking around in the dark with that man out there made me feel physically ill. I kept an eye on him as long as I could in the fading daylight. He never moved from his spot, even as the temperature dropped further. Who sits motionless outside for hours in freezing weather? Finally, it got too dark to see him anymore. I grabbed my flashlight and knife, which suddenly felt very inadequate, and quickly darted out to take care of things. My heart was pounding the whole time, expecting him to suddenly appear behind me. When I got back to the relative safety of my tent, I zipped it up tight and huddled in my sleeping bag, straining my ears for any sound of movement outside. I don't think I've ever felt so vulnerable and exposed. Every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig made me flinch. I must have eventually dozed off despite my fear, because I woke with a start sometime in the middle of the night. At first I wasn't sure what had woken me. Then I heard it, the slow crunch of footsteps in the snow circling my tent. I held my breath, heart racing, as the footsteps made a complete circuit around me. They paused right outside the tent flap. I was terrified the zipper would start to open at any second. But after a long, agonizing moment, the footsteps moved away, heading off into the woods. I waited until I couldn't hear them anymore before letting out the breath I'd been holding. There was no way in hell I was going back to sleep after that. I lay awake the rest of the night, jumping at every little sound, clutching my knife with white knuckles. As soon as there was a hint of dawn, I burst out of my tent, looking wildly around. The man was gone. His spot by the tree was empty, with no sign he'd ever been there. No footprints, nothing. I've never packed up camp so fast in my life. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely get the tent poles apart. I kept spinning around, terrified he would suddenly appear from the woods. Just as I was shoving the last of my gear in my car, I noticed something on my windshield. It was a crude stick figure, drawn in the frost. Underneath was scratched a single word: soon. I peeled out of there so fast I'm surprised I didn't crash. I drove for hours, not even sure where I was going, just needing to put as much distance between me and that place as possible. It's been weeks now, and I still have nightmares about that man's dead eyes and fake smile. I keep expecting to see him outside my window or in my rearview mirror. I don't know who or what he was, but I know I escaped something truly evil that night. I've tried to convince myself it was just some crazy guy, that there's a logical explanation. But deep down, I know there was something much worse going on, something inhuman. I'll never go camping alone again. Hell, I can barely bring myself to go outside after dark anymore. I just keep waiting for him to make good on that promise of soon. I don't know if I'll ever feel safe again. It was early October, and my sister had just left for a week-long trip to Florida. I was excited to have the house to myself for a change, planning movie nights and inviting friends over. Little did I know that my peaceful week alone would turn into a nightmare. The first incident happened on a Tuesday evening. I was in the kitchen making dinner when I heard a knock at the front door. It was already dark outside, which made me a bit uneasy. I wasn't expecting anyone, so I cautiously approached the door and peeked through the peephole. There stood a man, probably in his early 40s, with a scruffy beard and wearing a worn-out jacket. He was shifting his weight from foot to foot, looking nervous. I called out, asking who it was, but he just mumbled something I couldn't understand. My heart started racing. I told him I wasn't interested in whatever he was selling, and he needed to leave. After a moment, he turned and walked away. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling, telling myself it was probably just a door-to-door salesman or someone lost, but something about his demeanor felt off. The next day, I was working from home when I heard another knock around lunchtime. My stomach dropped when I looked through the peephole and saw the same man. This time, he was more insistent, knocking repeatedly and calling out, "Please, I need help." I was scared but also angry. Why was he back? I shouted through the door that I would call the police if he didn't leave immediately. He hesitated for a moment, then walked away quickly. I watched through the window as he got into an old blue sedan parked down the street and drove off. At this point, I was seriously freaked out. I called my sister, but she didn't answer. I left her a voicemail explaining what had happened and asked her to call me back as soon as possible. I also texted a few friends, letting them know what was going on. One of them offered to come stay with me, but I stubbornly refused, not wanting to admit how scared I really was. That night, I barely slept. Every little noise made me jump. I kept imagining the man outside, watching the house. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he was just a persistent salesman or someone genuinely in need of help. But my gut told me something wasn't right. The third day is when things went from unsettling to terrifying. I was in the living room, trying to distract myself with a book, when I heard a strange scratching sound coming from the side of the house. At first, I thought it might be a branch scraping against the siding, but then I realized there weren't any trees close enough to the house for that. My heart pounding, I crept to the window and peeked out. What I saw made my blood run cold. The man was there, crouched by the side of the house, running his fingers along the siding as if looking for a way in. When he saw me, his eyes locked with mine, and a desperate look came over his face. He started banging on the window, yelling, "Please, I'm hurt. I need help." But I could see no signs of injury. His eyes were wild, almost manic. I stumbled backward, fumbling for my phone. With shaking hands, I dialed 911. As I was talking to the dispatcher, I heard a loud thud from the back of the house. Oh God, was he trying to break in through the back door? I ran to my bedroom, locking the door behind me. I could hear him moving around outside, his footsteps circling the house. The minutes felt like hours as I waited for the police to arrive. The man kept calling out, his voice becoming more frantic and angry. "Let me in! Why won't you help me?" he screamed. I was terrified he would break a window or somehow get inside before help arrived. Finally, I heard sirens in the distance. The man must have heard them too, because suddenly everything went quiet. When the police arrived, they found no sign of him. The old blue sedan was gone from down the street. The officers searched the area and took my statement. They found scratch marks on the siding and footprints in the flower beds, confirming that I hadn't imagined the whole thing. They promised to increase patrols in the neighborhood and gave me some advice on improving home security. But even with their reassurances, I couldn't shake the feeling of violation and fear. Why had this man targeted my house? How long had he been watching me? What would have happened if he had managed to get inside? The next few days were a blur of anxiety and sleepless nights. My sister cut her trip short and came home early. We installed new locks and a security system, but I still didn't feel safe. Every car that drove by, every unexpected noise made me jump. It's been a few weeks now, and there's been no sign of the man. The police haven't been able to identify him or find any leads. Sometimes I wonder if I overreacted, if there was some innocent explanation for his behavior. But then I remember the desperate look in his eyes, the sound of his hands scratching at the walls of my home, and I know that whatever his intentions were, they weren't good. I'm sharing this story as a warning to others, especially those who live alone. Trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. Don't be afraid to ask for help or call the authorities. I shudder to think what might have happened if I hadn't. I still have nightmares about that man. In my dreams, I see his face pressed against the window, his fingers clawing at the glass. I wake up in a cold sweat, convinced he's in the house. It's going to take a long time before I feel truly safe again. The hardest part is not knowing who he was, what he wanted, or if he'll ever come back. Every time I see a blue sedan on the street, my heart races. Every unexpected knock at the door makes me freeze in terror. I've considered moving, but part of me feels like that would be letting him win. This is my home, and I don't want to be driven out by fear. But at the same time, I don't know if I'll ever be able to feel completely at ease here again. Sometimes I catch myself staring out the window, scanning the street for any sign of him. Is he still out there, watching, waiting for another opportunity? The uncertainty is almost worse than the actual encounters. I've started seeing a therapist to help deal with the anxiety and fear. She's helping me process the experience and develop coping strategies. But it's a slow process. Every unexpected sound still makes me jump, and I'm constantly looking over my shoulder when I'm out in public. I know that statistically, the chances of something like this happening again are slim. But statistics don't mean much when you've lived through something like this. The feeling of vulnerability, of knowing that someone out there had singled you out for whatever twisted reason, it changes you. I'm trying to take back control of my life, to not let this experience define me. But it's hard. The world feels different now, less safe. I find myself studying the faces of strangers, wondering if they have hidden motives or dark secrets. If there's one thing I've learned from all this, it's the importance of community. The support of my friends and family has been crucial in helping me get through this. If you're going through something similar, don't try to handle it alone. Reach out, seek help, and remember that it's okay to be scared. I don't know if I'll ever get answers about what really happened those 3 days in October, but I do know that I'm stronger than I thought I was. I survived, I'm healing, and I'm determined not to let fear control my life. If you're reading this and have gone through something similar, know that you're not alone. We may be strangers, but we're connected by our shared experiences and our resilience in the face of the unknown. Stay safe out there, everyone. And remember, always trust your instincts. I vaguely remember stumbling into my house and collapsing on the living room sofa, still in my party clothes. I passed out almost immediately. The next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by the sound of my front door creaking open. At first, in my groggy state, I thought maybe I had forgotten to lock it properly. But then I heard hushed male voices and footsteps. My blood ran cold as I realized what was happening. Someone was breaking in. I froze, hardly daring to breathe. The living room was dark, and I was laying on the sofa with my back to the door. I don't think they saw me at first. "Coast is clear," one of them whispered. "Told you the place would be empty. Saw the guy leave earlier without his car." My stomach dropped. They had been watching my house, waiting for me to leave. If only I'd driven myself home instead of Ubering, they might have assumed I was still there. I heard them moving around the entryway, opening drawers and rustling through things. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what to do. Should I try to make a run for it? Confront them? Call the police? But my phone was in my jacket pocket, which I'd tossed on a chair across the room. I decided the safest thing was to stay absolutely still and hope they didn't notice me in the darkness. Slowly, carefully, I eased myself off the sofa and onto the floor behind it. I curled up as small as I could, barely breathing. The footsteps came closer as they entered the living room. I could see flashlight beams sweeping across the walls and ceiling. "Check out this TV," one of them said. "We can definitely sell that." "Grab those laptops on the desk, too," the other replied. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing them not to look behind the sofa. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure they must be able to hear it. I've never felt fear like that before, the utter helplessness of being invaded in my own home, not knowing if they were armed or what they might do if they found me. They moved on to the kitchen, opening cabinets and drawers. I heard the clink of bottles as they went through my liquor collection, then footsteps on the stairs as they headed up to the bedrooms. I stayed frozen in place, afraid to move a muscle. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. I had no idea how long they were upstairs, but it felt like hours. Eventually I heard them coming back down, their arms apparently full of my belongings. "This should be enough," one said. "Let's get out of here before anyone notices." "Hold up, I want to check the basement real quick. Rich folks always keep good stuff down there." I held my breath as one set of footsteps headed towards the basement door. "Please don't come back in here," I silently begged. After a minute he returned. "Nothing worth taking. Come on, let's go." I heard the front door open and close, then silence. I stayed absolutely still, straining my ears for any sign they might still be there. After what felt like an eternity, I finally worked up the courage to peer over the edge of the sofa. The house was dark and quiet. On shaky legs, I stumbled to the front window and peeked out through the curtains. I saw the taillights of a car turning the corner at the end of my street. Only then did I break down, my whole body trembling as the adrenaline wore off. I sank to the floor and sobbed, overcome with relief and lingering terror. When I finally pulled myself together, I turned on all the lights and grabbed my phone to call the police. As I waited for them to arrive, I walked through the house, assessing the damage. They'd taken my TV, laptops, tablet, some jewelry, and various other electronics and valuables. My bedroom was a disaster, drawers dumped out, closet ransacked. But honestly, I didn't care about any of that. I was just grateful to be alive and unharmed. The police came and took my statement, dusted for fingerprints, the whole CSI routine. But I knew the chances of catching the guys were slim. They clearly knew what they were doing. It's been a few months now, and I've beefed up my home security big time. New locks, alarm system, the works. But I still have trouble sleeping at night. Every little noise makes me jump. I keep replaying that night in my head, wondering what might have happened if they'd found me. The crazy thing is, if I hadn't been so drunk and passed out on the sofa instead of going to bed, I probably would have heard them breaking in and been able to call the police right away. It's like the universe aligned in this weird way where I was home, but they thought I wasn't, and I was awake enough to know what was happening but too terrified to do anything. I don't know if I'll ever feel truly safe in my home again. The idea that someone could violate my space like that, touch all my things, is just so unsettling. I'm thinking of moving, honestly. Starting fresh somewhere new where I don't have all these bad memories and associations. I guess the lesson here is to always be aware of your surroundings and take home security seriously. You never think something like this will happen to you until it does. I'm just thankful it wasn't worse. Those guys could have been violent, or I could have panicked and confronted them. Who knows how that might have ended. So yeah, that's my story. Sorry for the long post, but I needed to get it out. Be safe out there, everyone. And maybe think twice about how much you drink on New Year's Eve. It was a typical Tuesday evening. I had just finished dinner and was settling in for a quiet night at home with my dog, Hazel. She's a sweet golden retriever, about 5 years old, and usually pretty calm. We were cuddled up on the couch watching TV when Hazel suddenly perked up her ears and started growling softly. At first, I didn't think much of it. She sometimes gets excited by squirrels or other animals in the backyard. But then she jumped off the couch and ran to the back door, barking furiously. This was unusual for her. Hazel rarely barks unless something's really wrong. I got up to check what was bothering her, but couldn't see anything out of the ordinary through the glass door. The backyard looked normal in the dim porch light, but Hazel wouldn't stop barking and scratching at the door. "What is it, girl?" I asked, peering out into the darkness. Still nothing. I opened the door a crack, thinking maybe she needed to go out. But instead of running outside like she usually would, Hazel cowered back, whining. Her tail was tucked between her legs. Something had her seriously spooked. An uneasy feeling settled in my stomach. I quickly shut and locked the door, double-checking that it was secure. "It's okay, Hazel," I said, trying to soothe her. But she kept pacing anxiously, looking back at the door and whimpering. I tried to shake off my growing sense of dread. "You're being silly," I told myself. "There's nothing out there." But I couldn't quite convince myself. Hazel's behavior was just too out of character. To ease my nerves, I did a walk-through of the house, checking that all the doors and windows were locked. Everything seemed fine, but I still felt on edge. I left a few extra lights on and tried to go about my evening routine. Hazel wouldn't settle down, though. She kept circling the living room, ears pricked, occasionally letting out a low growl. I found myself jumping at every little noise, the hum of the refrigerator, a car passing on the street outside. Around 11 p.m., I decided to try and get some sleep, hoping things would feel less creepy in the morning. I made sure Hazel was in my bedroom with me, the door firmly closed. She curled up on her dog bed, still alert but quieter now. I tossed and turned for a while before finally drifting off into an uneasy sleep. I'm not sure how long I was out when something woke me with a start. For a moment, I lay completely still, heart pounding, trying to figure out what had disturbed me. Then I realized the bedroom door was open. I was positive I'd closed it when we came to bed. A chill ran through me as I sat up, squinting into the darkness. "Hazel," I whispered. No response. She wasn't on her bed anymore. Panic rising in my chest, I fumbled for my phone on the nightstand, using the screen light to illuminate the room. Empty. Where was Hazel? I got out of bed on shaky legs, straining my ears for any sound. The house was eerily silent. I crept to the doorway, heart racing. "Hazel?" I called again, a little louder this time. Still nothing. Fighting back tears of fear, I made my way down the hallway, checking rooms as I went. Living room, empty. Bathroom, empty. I was about to check the kitchen when I heard a small whimper. "Hazel?" I rushed towards the sound. There, in the dim light filtering through the kitchen window, I saw her. She was huddled under the table, shaking violently. "Oh, sweetheart," I said, dropping to my knees beside her. "What happened? What's wrong?" That's when I noticed the back door. It was wide open, swaying slightly in the night breeze. Ice flooded my veins. Someone had been in the house. Maybe still was. I don't think I've ever moved so fast in my life. I scooped up Hazel, who was still trembling uncontrollably, and ran for the front door. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely work the lock. Finally, I got it open and sprinted across the lawn to my neighbor's house. I pounded on their door, screaming for help. Lights flicked on, and Tom, my elderly neighbor, opened the door in his bathrobe, looking bewildered. "Someone's in my house," I gasped out between sobs. "Please, call the police." The next hour or so passed in a blur. Police arrived, lights flashing. They searched my house thoroughly while I sat in Tom's living room, clutching Hazel and trying to stop shaking long enough to answer their questions. Eventually, an officer came to speak with me. They hadn't found anyone inside, he said, but there were signs of intrusion, muddy footprints in the kitchen and living room that weren't mine. And disturbingly, they found more prints upstairs. Someone had been in my bedroom while I was sleeping. The officer asked if anything was missing, but I couldn't bring myself to go back inside to check. They took photos and samples of the footprints for evidence. Apparently, they were unusual. Not a typical shoe print, but they couldn't tell me more than that. I ended up staying with my parents for a week after that. I just couldn't face going back to the house alone. When I finally did return, I had new security cameras installed and got better locks for all the doors and windows. But even now, months later, I don't feel safe there. I jump at every noise. I triple-check the locks before bed. Hazel still seems on edge too, especially at night. Sometimes she'll suddenly start growling at nothing, and my heart stops, wondering if the intruder has returned. The police never found any suspects. They said there had been no similar break-ins reported in the area. It's like this person appeared out of nowhere, invaded my home, and then vanished without a trace. I'm left with so many unanswered questions. Who was in my house that night? What did they want? Why didn't they take anything? And those strange footprints. What kind of person leaves marks like that? I don't know if I'll ever get answers. Part of me doesn't want to know. I just want to feel safe in my own home again. But I'm not sure that will ever happen. The memory of that night, the open doors, Hazel shaking under the table, the knowledge that someone had been in my bedroom while I slept, it haunts me. I find myself constantly looking over my shoulder, wondering if they're watching me, waiting to come back. And the worst part is not knowing why. Was it random, or was I specifically targeted? Will they return? Sometimes I think about moving, starting fresh somewhere new, but then I wonder, would it even make a difference? Would I ever really feel safe again, knowing what happened? I'm sharing this as a warning, I guess. to remind everyone to be vigilant, to take home security seriously. You never think something like this will happen to you until it does. And once it does, it changes everything. I'm grateful that Hazel and I weren't hurt, but the sense of violation, the fear, that's a wound that's taking a long time to heal. I just hope that by sharing my story, maybe it will help someone else stay safe. And selfishly, maybe getting it off my chest will help me start to move past it. But I know one thing for certain. I'll never forget that night, or shake the feeling that whoever or whatever was in my house might someday come back. And next time, we might not be so lucky. It was around 9 p.m. when I first heard it, the soft crunch of footsteps in the snow outside. At first, I didn't think much of it, figuring it was probably just a neighbor walking their dog or something. But then I realized the footsteps seemed to be getting closer to our house. My heart started beating faster as I muted the TV and listened intently. The footsteps definitely sounded like they were coming up our front walkway now. I peered out the window, but couldn't see anyone through the falling snow. Then, suddenly, there was a loud knock at the front door that made me jump. "Hello?" A muffled male voice called out. "Is anyone home?" I froze, not sure what to do. My mom had always warned me not to open the door for strangers when I was home alone. But what if someone needed help? "Please, I need to use a phone," the voice called again, sounding urgent. Still, something felt off. Why would a stranger be out walking around during a snowstorm this late at night? I stayed silent, hoping whoever it was would just go away. After a minute or two of silence, I heard footsteps crunching away from the door. I breathed a sigh of relief, but my relief was short-lived. A few minutes later, I heard more footsteps, this time coming around the side of the house towards the back door. My pulse quickened again. "Hello? I know someone's in there. I saw the lights on," the same male voice called out, much closer now. He started pounding on the back door. "Please, I really need help." I was really freaked out now. This guy was not giving up. I grabbed my cell phone, ready to call 911 if needed. "Go away," I finally shouted. "I'm calling the police." There was a pause, then the pounding resumed, harder this time. "Don't call the police," the man yelled, his voice suddenly angry. "Just let me in." My hands shaking, I dialed 911. "911, what's your emergency?" the operator answered. "There's a man trying to break into my house," I whispered frantically. "I'm home alone and he won't leave." "Okay, stay calm. What's your address?" the operator asked. I quickly gave her the information. "We're dispatching officers now," she assured me. "They should be there in about 30 minutes. In the meantime, do not open the door. Is there a safe room you can go to?" Yes. I can go to my mom's room and lock the door," I replied. "Good. Go there now and stay on the line with me," she instructed. I ran upstairs to my mom's room, locking the door behind me. I could still hear the man shouting and pounding downstairs. "Let me in right now," he screamed. There was a loud crash that sounded like he was trying to break the door down. "Oh my God, I think he's trying to get in," I sobbed to the 911 operator. "The police are on their way," she said calmly. "Just stay where you are. Don't engage with him." For what felt like an eternity, I huddled in my mom's room, listening to the man's increasingly frantic attempts to get in. He alternated between angry threats and pleading for help. I was terrified he would manage to break in before the police arrived. Finally, after about 20 minutes, I heard sirens in the distance. The man must have heard them too, because the pounding suddenly stopped. "I hear police sirens," I told the operator. "Good. They should be there any minute. Stay where you are until the officers come get you." A few minutes later, I heard car doors slamming outside and voices calling out. There was a knock at the front door. "Police! Is anyone home?" Shaking with relief, I ran downstairs and let the officers in. They did a thorough search of the house and surrounding property, but found no sign of the man, just some footprints in the snow leading away from the house. The officers took my statement and looked for any evidence the man may have left behind. They were baffled by the incident. "It's strange," one officer said. "Usually in cases like this, the person is clearly trying to rob the place, but nothing was taken or damaged. And if he really needed help, why get so aggressive? Very odd." They increased patrols in the neighborhood that night, but the mysterious man was never found or identified. To this day, I still don't know what his true intentions were. Was he a stalker who had been watching me, a burglar who got spooked, or just a desperate person who really did need help and got frustrated? I'll probably never know for sure. But that night left me shaken for a long time. I had trouble sleeping alone in the house after that. Every creak or sound outside would send my heart racing. It's been years now, but I still get a chill whenever I think back to that snowy night. The footsteps in the snow, the pounding at the door, the angry shouts. The not knowing is almost worse than if I'd found out he was just a regular criminal. Sometimes I wonder if he's still out there somewhere. If he remembers that night too. If he ever thinks about the terrified teenage girl whose house he tried to enter. I hope I never find out. I'm just grateful nothing worse happened. But that experience taught me to always trust my instincts, even if it means seeming rude or paranoid. Better safe than sorry when you're dealing with a potential threat. And I never stay home alone during snowstorms anymore if I can help it. I was driving home from visiting my parents for the holidays, eager to get back to my own place after a week of family time. The snow had started falling pretty heavily about an hour into my trip, and I was getting nervous about the road conditions. I kept telling myself I should have left earlier, before the storm hit, but it was too late for that now. As night fell, the snow was coming down in thick, heavy flakes that made it hard to see more than a few feet in front of my car. I slowed way down, gripping the steering wheel tightly as I tried to stay in my lane. The windshield wipers were working overtime but could barely keep up. I hadn't seen another car for miles when I spotted headlights up ahead through the swirling snow. As I got closer, I could make out a car pulled over on the shoulder, hazard lights blinking. A figure was waving their arms, trying to flag me down. My first instinct was to keep driving. It was dangerous to stop on a night like this, and I really just wanted to get home. But I felt a pang of guilt at the thought of leaving someone stranded in this weather. What if it was me broken down out here? I'd want someone to stop and help. Against my better judgment, I slowly pulled over behind the other car. I left my engine running and headlights on as I cautiously got out. The wind immediately whipped snow into my face, and I pulled my coat tighter around me. A man rushed over looking relieved. "Oh, thank God, I've been out here for hours. My car won't start and I have no cell service. Could you help me push it to get it going?" I hesitated, still wary. "What's wrong with it exactly?" "I'm not sure. It just died on me. If we can get it rolling, I might be able to pop the clutch and get it started again. I just need a push to get some momentum." It seemed plausible enough, and I didn't want to leave the poor guy stranded out here all night if all he needed was a quick push. "All right, let me just grab my gloves from the car." As I turned back toward my vehicle, movement caught my eye. 3 more men had emerged from the supposedly broken-down car and were quickly spreading out to surround me. My heart started racing as I realized I'd walked right into a trap. "Hey now, let's all stay calm," one of them said, his tone menacing despite the words. "Just hand over your keys and wallet and you can be on your way." I looked around frantically, trying to gauge my options. They had me cut off from my car. Even if I could get to it, they'd be on me before I could get the door shut. Fighting was out of the question. It was 4 against 1 and they looked like tough guys. "Come on, man, don't make this harder than it needs to be," another one growled, taking a step closer. In that moment, fueled by fear and adrenaline, I made a split-second decision. I feinted left, then sprinted right, barreling straight for the guy blocking my path to my car. He wasn't expecting it, and I managed to slam into him full force, knocking him off balance. I heard angry shouts behind me as I dove for my still-open car door. I threw myself inside and slammed it shut just as one of them reached it, yanking futilely on the handle. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely get the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life and I stomped on the gas, tires spinning in the snow before finally gaining traction. As I accelerated away, I felt a sickening thump and bump. In my rearview mirror, I saw one of the men sprawled in the snow behind me. I must have hit him as I peeled out. Heart pounding, I sped down the dark highway as fast as I dared in the treacherous conditions. I kept expecting to see headlights appear behind me in pursuit, but there was nothing but swirling snow in my mirrors. After about 20 minutes of white-knuckle driving, I came upon a small town and pulled into the first gas station I saw. My legs felt weak and shaky as I stumbled inside, probably looking like a madman with my wild eyes and snow-caked clothes. "I need to call the police," I blurted to the startled clerk. "There are guys back there. They tried to rob me. I think I hit one of them with my car." The clerk, looking alarmed, handed me the store phone. I called 911 and haltingly related what had happened to the dispatcher. They said they'd send a patrol car out to check the area and took down my information. I paced anxiously around the store while waiting for the police to arrive, jumping at every sound. When they finally showed up about 30 minutes later, I gave my statement again, describing the incident in as much detail as I could remember. The officers were sympathetic, but not particularly optimistic. "We'll certainly look into it, but with this weather and how much time has passed, I wouldn't get my hopes up about finding anything," one of them told me. "These sorts of highway robbery setups aren't uncommon, unfortunately. Usually by the time anyone reports it, the perpetrators are long gone." They took down my contact info and said they'd be in touch if they found anything. But I could tell from their demeanor that they didn't expect much to come of it. I got the impression they viewed it as just another routine report to file away. I asked if it was safe for me to continue on home, or if I should find a place to stay in town for the night. They assured me the roads should be fine as long as I drove carefully, and that the robbers were unlikely to still be in the area. So I set off again, though I was so keyed up I could barely focus on the road. Every set of headlights made me flinch. I kept replaying the incident in my mind, second-guessing my actions. Should I have just given them my wallet? What if I'd seriously injured or killed that guy I hit? Would the police really investigate, or just forget about it? When I finally made it home, I was exhausted but too wired to sleep. I double-checked all my locks and left lights on all over the apartment. Every noise made me jump. In the days that followed, I kept expecting to hear back from the police, but no call ever came. I obsessively searched local news sites for any reports of bodies found or arrests made, but there was nothing. Part of me was relieved. Maybe I hadn't hit that guy as hard as I thought. Maybe they all got away unscathed, and I didn't need to feel guilty. But another part of me was frustrated and angry at the lack of closure. These guys had tried to rob me, maybe worse, and they were just getting away with it? I found myself growing paranoid, always looking over my shoulder when I was out. I started taking alternate routes home from work, varying my schedule. For weeks, I had nightmares about being surrounded by shadowy figures on a snowy road. The incident faded with time, but never fully left me. To this day, years later, I still get a chill down my spine when I see a broken-down car on the side of the road. I want to be the kind of person who stops to help others in need, but that night taught me a hard lesson about the dangers that can lurk in unexpected places. I don't know if those men were ever caught, or if they went on to victimize others. I don't know what became of the man I hit with my car. Sometimes I still wonder if I did the right thing, if there was a better way I could have handled it. All I know is that a simple drive home turned into one of the most terrifying nights of my life. It opened my eyes to how quickly a normal situation can turn dangerous. Now I'm always on guard, always aware that danger can appear when you least expect it. I'm grateful I made it out unharmed, but the memory of those moments of fear and panic will stay with me forever. Around 9 p.m., I heard a loud thump coming from the roof. At first I tried to ignore it, figuring it was just snow sliding off or a branch falling. But then I heard it again, and again. It wasn't rhythmic, but it kept happening every few minutes. My nerves started to fray. What the hell was making that noise? I tried to focus on my book, but I couldn't concentrate. Every time I heard another thump, I'd jump. After about 20 minutes of this, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to investigate. I threw on my coat and boots and headed outside, grabbing a flashlight on my way out. The snow was really coming down now, already a few inches deep. I crunched through it as I circled the house, shining my light up at the roof. At first I didn't see anything unusual, but then I got to the back of the house and stopped short. The snow on the roof was wrong. On one side, it was piled up like normal, but the other side was completely bare, like not a single snowflake had landed there. The line dividing the snowy and clear sections was unnaturally straight. I stood there for a long moment, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. How was this possible? Had someone cleared half the roof? But why? And how had they done it so precisely? A gust of wind hit me and I shivered, suddenly very aware of how exposed I was out here in the dark. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I had the distinct feeling I was being watched. I hurried back inside, locking the door behind me. My heart was pounding as I hung up my coat. The house felt different somehow. Colder, less safe. I decided to do a walkthrough just to ease my mind. Everything seemed normal as I moved through the living room and kitchen. But when I got to the hallway, I froze. There were wet footprints on the hardwood floor. They weren't mine. I had taken off my snowy boots by the door. These prints were bigger, and they led from the back door towards the bedrooms. Panic gripped me. Someone was in my house. I wanted to run, to get out of there immediately, but I was paralyzed with fear. My legs wouldn't move. After what felt like an eternity, I managed to take a shaky step backwards. That's when I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. I whipped my head towards the guest bedroom. Through the doorway, I caught a glimpse of a dark figure passing by the window. Just for a split second, and then it was gone. I ran. I sprinted for the front door, fumbling with the locks with trembling hands. As soon as I got it open, I bolted outside into the snow. I didn't stop running until I reached my neighbor's house. They called the police for me. I was too shaken up to even speak at first. When the officers arrived, I managed to stammer out what had happened. They searched the house but found no sign of an intruder. The footprints in the hallway had already dried up. The police were sympathetic but didn't have much to offer. They said the house's location made it an easy target. There were trees close to the building that provided access to the roof. They'd increased patrols in the area, but that was about all they could do. I ended up staying with my neighbors that night. I couldn't bear the thought of being alone in that house. The next day, I had all the locks changed and installed a security system, but it didn't make me feel any safer. For weeks afterwards, I was on edge constantly. Every creak of the house settling made me jump. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, certain I'd heard footsteps. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, only to turn and find nothing there. The incident with the roof snow bothered me the most. I kept replaying it in my mind, trying to find a logical explanation, but there wasn't one. It defied the laws of physics. I found myself obsessively checking weather reports, dreading the next snowfall. When it finally came a month later, I stayed up all night watching the roof, but nothing unusual happened. The snow fell evenly across the whole thing. As time passed, the acute fear faded into a constant low-level anxiety. I still struggle to feel truly at ease in my own home. Every now and then, usually when I'm drifting off to sleep, I'll hear that thump on the roof again. It jolts me wide awake, heart racing. I've tried talking to friends about what happened, but they all think I'm overreacting. They say it was probably just a burglar who got spooked and ran off. But that doesn't explain the roof, or the footprints that vanished, or the lingering sense that something is just off about this house. I've thought about moving, but I can't bring myself to do it. Part of me is afraid that whatever happened that night would follow me, and another part desperately wants answers. So I stay. I go through my days trying to act normal, pretending everything is fine. But deep down, I'm always waiting, watching, listening for that thump on the roof, because I know it wasn't just a one-time thing. Whatever came into my house that snowy night, it's still out there, and I can't shake the feeling that someday it's going to come back. I don't know what I'll do when it does. I just know I'll never feel truly safe again. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, if the stress of moving to a new place in the dead of winter just got to me. But then I'll catch a glimpse of something dark moving past a window, or hear an unexplained noise from the attic, and I know it was real. I've become a bit of a recluse since it happened. I work from home now, and I rarely go out except for essential errands. I've installed more security cameras, motion-activated lights, even bars on the windows. My friends think I'm paranoid. Maybe I am. But they didn't see what I saw. They didn't feel the bone-deep terror of knowing something impossible and malevolent had invaded their home. I've tried to research similar incidents, hoping to find some explanation. But there's nothing quite like what I experienced. Sure, there are plenty of stories about home invasions or unexplained phenomena. But the combination of the strange snow, the vanishing footprints, the fleeting glimpse of the intruder, it's unique. And that makes it even more terrifying. Sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I find myself staring at that section of the roof where the snow didn't fall. I've examined it countless times in daylight, looking for any kind of explanation. There's nothing visibly different about it. No special coating, no heating elements, nothing. It's just a normal part of the roof. But on that night, it wasn't normal. And that's what haunts me the most. The idea that reality itself can just change. That the rules we rely on to make sense of the world can suddenly stop applying. I've considered seeking professional help. Maybe a therapist could help me process the trauma, find a way to move past it. But I'm afraid they'll just try to convince me it was all in my head. And I know with absolute certainty that it wasn't. So I cope as best I can. I've developed routines and rituals that help me feel safer. I check and recheck the locks multiple times a day. I never go to sleep without doing a full sweep of the house. I keep a baseball bat by my bed, though I'm not sure it would do much good against whatever came that night. The worst part is the waiting, because I'm convinced it's not over. That first incident felt like an introduction, a way of letting me know that my home, my sanctuary, isn't as safe as I thought, that I'm vulnerable. And now, every day, I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop, for whatever it was to come back and finish what it started. I don't know what that might be. I don't want to know. But the anticipation is almost worse than the fear of that night. At least then, it was happening. Now, I'm stuck in this limbo of dread and uncertainty. I've tried to find some meaning in it all, some reason why this happened to me. Was I chosen for some purpose? Is there something special about this house? Or was it just random chance, and I was unlucky enough to be here when, whatever it was, decided to visit? I don't have answers. I'm not sure I ever will. All I know is that my life is forever changed. I can't unsee what I saw, can't unfeel what I felt. So I live each day on high alert, always watching, always listening, hoping that when it comes back, I'll be prepared. But deep down, I know I won't be. How can you prepare for something that defies explanation? All I can do is wait and wonder and hope that someday, somehow, I'll understand what really happened that snowy night in my new home. The house I rented was this old, creaky thing on the outskirts of town. It was the only place available on such short notice, and I was desperate to get settled before starting my new job. Looking back, I should have known better than to move into a place like that, especially in the dead of winter. But I was young and naive, thinking it would be an adventure. I arrived late in the evening after a long drive. The December air was biting cold, and a thin layer of frost covered everything. The landlord had left the key under the mat, so I let myself in. The house was freezing, and it took ages for the ancient heating system to kick in. I didn't bother unpacking much, just grabbed a quick bite and crashed on the bed, exhausted from the trip. I'm not sure how long I'd been asleep when I woke up suddenly. You know that feeling when you're jolted awake and you're not sure why? That's how it was. The room was pitch black, and for a moment, I couldn't remember where I was. Then it all came flooding back. The move, the new house, the unfamiliar surroundings. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I started to hear things. At first, it was just the usual creaks and groans of an old house settling. But then I heard something else. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps, like someone trying not to make noise but failing. My heart started racing. I told myself it was just the house, just my imagination running wild in a new place. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. I lay there, frozen in fear, straining my ears to track the sound. It seemed to be coming from the hallway, moving closer to my room. I wanted to get up, to turn on the light, to do something, but I was paralyzed. The footsteps stopped right outside my door, and I held my breath, praying they would move on. Then I saw it. The door, which I'd left slightly ajar, began to open slowly. Moonlight spilled into the room, casting long shadows across the floor. And there, silhouetted in the doorway, was a figure. A man, I think. He was tall, maybe in his 40s, but it was hard to tell in the dim light. He just stood there, staring into the room. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I could feel his eyes on me. I wanted to scream, to jump up and run, but my body wouldn't respond. It was like I was trapped in a nightmare, unable to wake up. The man took a step into the room, and I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping that when I opened them, he'd be gone. But he wasn't. When I dared to look again, he was halfway across the room, moving with an eerie, fluid grace that seemed almost unnatural. He wasn't looking at me anymore. Instead, he seemed focused on something on the far wall. I followed his gaze but couldn't see anything unusual. As he reached the wall, he did something that still haunts me to this day. He turned and looked directly at me. His eyes, I'll never forget those eyes. They were dark, impossibly dark, and seemed to hold an ancient sadness. For a moment, just a brief moment, I felt a connection with him, like he was trying to communicate something important. And then, as suddenly as he had appeared, he was gone. Not through the door, not through a window, but straight through the solid wall. 1 second he was there, and the next he had vanished. I lay there for what felt like hours, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. When the first rays of dawn started to creep through the window, I finally found the courage to move. I scrambled out of bed, grabbed my phone, and called the local police with shaking hands. They arrived pretty quickly, considering how remote the house was. 2 officers, both looking like they'd rather be anywhere else, did a cursory search of the place. They found nothing, of course. No signs of forced entry, no footprints, nothing disturbed. One of them, an older guy with a kind face, suggested it might have been a squatter who had been using the house while it was vacant. He said it wasn't uncommon in these parts, especially in the winter when people were looking for shelter from the cold. But I knew that wasn't it. What I had seen wasn't some homeless person seeking refuge. It was something else, something I couldn't explain, and frankly, something I didn't want to understand. I didn't stay another night in that house. I packed up my stuff, called my new employer to explain the situation, leaving out the supernatural details, of course, and drove straight out of town. I lost my security deposit and had to pay a penalty for breaking the lease, but it was worth it. No job, no opportunity was worth staying in that place. To this day, I can't explain what happened that night. Was it a ghost? A hallucination brought on by stress and an unfamiliar environment? Or was it something even stranger, something beyond our understanding of reality? I don't know, and part of me doesn't want to know. What I do know is that I'll never forget the feeling of absolute terror as I watched that figure move across my room, the way the floorboards creaked under his weight, even though he seemed to glide more than walk, the impossible darkness of his eyes, and the profound sense of loneliness and sorrow they conveyed. Sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I find myself wondering about that house. Is someone else living there now? Have they experienced anything similar? Or was it something unique to that night, that moment in time when the veil between our world and whatever lies beyond was momentarily lifted? I've tried to rationalize it, to explain it away as a vivid dream or a trick of the light. But deep down, I know what I saw was real. It's changed me in ways I'm still trying to understand. I'm more cautious now, more aware of the thin line between what we think we know about the world and the vast unknown that surrounds us. I've never gone back to that town, and I never will. But sometimes, when I'm driving through a remote area and I see an old abandoned house standing alone in a field, I can't help but wonder, what secrets does it hold? What unseen residents might be walking its halls, waiting for the next unsuspecting visitor to cross their path? I don't have answers, only questions, and a lingering fear that someday, somehow, I might find myself face to face with those dark, sorrowful eyes once again. Until then, I'll keep telling my story, hoping that maybe someone out there has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of that terrifying night in a lonely house on the edge of a forgotten town. I still remember that day like it was yesterday. It was supposed to be a fresh start, you know. I'd finally saved up enough to buy my own place, a little cabin tucked away in the woods, surrounded by towering pines. The peace and quiet was exactly what I needed after years of noisy apartment living in the city. The first few days were bliss. I'd wake up to birdsong instead of traffic, spend my evenings on the porch watching the sunset paint the sky. But then he showed up. It was about a week after I'd moved in. I was out front, unloading some boxes from my car, when I felt eyes on me. I looked up, and there he was, a man, probably in his 50s, with messy gray hair and the blankest expression I'd ever seen. He was just standing there at the edge of my property, staring. I called out a hesitant hello, figuring he must be a neighbor coming to welcome me, but he didn't respond, just kept staring with those dead eyes. After what felt like an eternity, he turned and walked into the trees. I tried to shake it off, tell myself it was nothing, but I couldn't get his face out of my head, that empty look. It was like looking at a mannequin. A couple days passed, and I'd almost managed to forget about the weird encounter. Then I heard a knock at the door. I wasn't expecting anyone, but I figured maybe it was a package delivery or something. I opened the door, and my heart nearly stopped. It was him again. Up close, he looked even more unsettling. His skin was pallid, almost gray. And those eyes, God, those eyes. It was like looking into empty space. He didn't say anything, just stared at me. I managed to stammer out a, "Can I help you?" but he didn't respond. After a long, tense moment, he turned and walked away. I slammed the door and locked it, my hands shaking. What the hell was going on? Who was this guy and what did he want? I didn't sleep well that night, or the next. I kept imagining I heard footsteps outside, kept checking the windows, but there was never anything there. A week went by. I was starting to relax a little, hoping maybe it had all just been some weird misunderstanding. Then it happened again. I was in the kitchen making dinner when movement caught my eye through the window. I looked up, and there he was, standing in my backyard, just watching me. This time, I'd had enough. I stormed outside, ready to confront him. "What do you want?" I shouted. "Why do you keep coming here?" He didn't react at first. Then, slowly, he reached into his jacket. My blood ran cold as I saw the glint of metal. A knife. I froze, my mind racing. Should I run? Try to fight? Call for help? But before I could do anything, he was advancing on me with frightening speed. I stumbled backwards, tripping over my own feet in my panic. I hit the ground hard, the wind knocked out of me. He loomed over me, knife raised. I squeezed my eyes shut, certain this was it. But nothing happened. After a moment, I cracked my eyes open. He was gone, vanished, like he'd never been there at all. I scrambled to my feet, heart pounding. I ran inside and locked every door and window, then called the police with shaking hands. They came out and took my statement, searched the property. But they found nothing. No signs of intrusion, no footprints, no evidence at all that anyone had been there. I insisted they check the surrounding area, talk to the neighbors. But apparently, there were no neighbors for miles, and nobody matching the description I gave was registered in the area. The cops clearly thought I was losing it. Hell, maybe I was. But I know what I saw. That man was real, and he was in my yard with a knife. I'm writing this from a motel room in town. I can't bring myself to go back to that house. I don't know who that man was or what he wanted, but the look in his eyes, it wasn't human. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing. But then I remember the cold glint of that knife, the emptiness in those eyes, and I know it was real. I don't know what to do now. I can't go back there, but I can't afford to just abandon the house either. And what if he finds me here? What if he's still out there, watching, waiting? I haven't slept more than an hour at a time in days. Every little noise makes me jump. I keep seeing his face in crowds, in shadows. I don't know how this ends. Maybe I'll wake up tomorrow and realize it was all just some vivid nightmare. But deep down, I know that's not true. Whatever that thing was, it was real. And I have a horrible feeling I haven't seen the last of it. If anyone has experienced anything similar, please reach out. I need to know I'm not crazy. I need to know what to do. Because right now, I'm lost and scared, and I don't know how much longer I can go on like this. I keep replaying that final encounter in my mind, trying to make sense of it. The way he moved, it wasn't natural. 1 second he was yards away, the next he was right on top of me. And the way he vanished, it was like he just blinked out of existence. I've been doing research, trying to find any similar stories or explanations, but nothing quite fits. Some people have suggested it could be a ghost or some kind of supernatural entity. Others think it might be a disturbed person living in the woods. But neither of those explanations sit right with me. The police have been less than helpful. They did a cursory search of the area but found nothing. They've basically written me off as either a prankster or mentally unstable. I've thought about reaching out to private investigators, but I'm not sure what they could do that the police haven't. I've been having terrible nightmares. In them, I'm back at the house, but it's different somehow. Darker, more twisted. And he's always there, watching from the shadows with those empty eyes. I wake up in a cold sweat, heart racing, convinced he's in the room with me. I've tried to go back to the house during the day, thinking maybe in the light it wouldn't seem so scary. But I can't even make it up the driveway. It's like there's this oppressive force pushing me away, filling me with dread. I've considered selling the place, but how can I in good conscience sell it to someone else? What if whatever this is follows them too? And honestly, I'm not sure I could even get anyone to buy it. The realtor I spoke to said the place has a history of short-term owners. No one seems to stay there long. That got me thinking. What if I'm not the first person this has happened to? What if others have experienced this same thing and just disappeared? The thought keeps me up at night. I've started seeing a therapist, hoping maybe they can help me process all this. But even they seem skeptical of my story. They keep suggesting it might be stress-induced hallucinations or some kind of paranoid episode. But I know what I saw. I know it was real. The worst part is the isolation. I can't talk to my friends or family about this. They'd think I've lost my mind. The few people I have opened up to have reacted with disbelief or concern for my mental health. It makes me feel so alone. I've thought about going to the media, but who would believe me? And what if it just draws his attention again? What if he comes looking for me? So here I am, stuck in this limbo. Too scared to go back, too broke to start over somewhere new, jumping at every shadow, questioning my own sanity. I don't know how this ends. Part of me hopes that by sharing this, someone out there will have answers. Another part of me is terrified that by putting this out there, I'm somehow invoking him again. All I know is that I can't go on like this much longer. The fear, the uncertainty, the constant looking over my shoulder, it's eating me alive. I need answers, or closure, or something, anything to make sense of what happened. If you're reading this and you've experienced anything similar, please reach out. And if you haven't, well, count yourself lucky. And maybe think twice before buying that isolated cabin in the woods. You never know what or who might be waiting for you there. I still remember that day like it was yesterday. The fear, the confusion, the sheer panic, it's all etched into my mind. I never thought something like this could happen to me, but I guess you never do until it does. It had only been a few weeks since Alex and I moved into our new place after graduating college. We were so excited to start this new chapter of our lives, living on our own for the first time. The house wasn't much, just a small kind of run-down 2-bedroom in a quiet neighborhood. But the rent was dirt cheap, and we were just happy to have our own space. Things started getting weird almost immediately after we moved in. The first red flag was finding a handwritten note taped to our front door the day after we arrived. It just said, "Welcome home," in this eerie, scrawling handwriting. We brushed it off as probably being from a nosy but well-meaning neighbor. But then we started noticing other little things. Objects that we'd leave in one place would turn up somewhere else entirely. We'd hear strange noises at night, like footsteps or whispers. And a few times I swore I saw a woman standing across the street, just staring at our house. When I'd look again, she'd be gone. We tried to rationalize it all away. Old houses make weird noises. Maybe we were just being forgetful about where we put things. The woman was probably just a neighbor out for a walk. But deep down, I had this growing sense of unease that I couldn't shake. The day it all came to a head started out totally normal. I got home from work around 5:30, exhausted after a long day. Alex wasn't home yet. He usually worked later than me. I remember thinking how quiet and dark the house seemed as I walked up to the front door. As soon as I stepped inside, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but my instincts were screaming at me that something wasn't right. I called out, "Hello," as I flipped on the lights in the entryway. No response. I told myself I was being paranoid, but my heart was racing as I made my way further into the house. I had just reached the kitchen when suddenly all the lights went out. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. This wasn't a power outage. I could see lights on in the neighbors' houses through the window. Someone had turned off our power. Someone was in the house with me. Panic surged through me as I fumbled for my phone, trying to turn on the flashlight with shaking hands. Before I could, I heard it, the soft creak of a floorboard behind me. I whirled around, but in the darkness I couldn't see anything. My eyes strained to make out shapes in the gloom as I backed away slowly. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice trembling. Silence, just the sound of my own ragged breathing. Then another creak, closer this time. I didn't think, I just ran. I sprinted for the stairs, taking them two at a time as I raced for my bedroom. I slammed the door behind me and fumbled with the lock, my hands shaking so bad I could barely turn it. I pressed my back against the door, trying to quiet my breathing as I listened intently. For several long moments, there was nothing. Then, soft footsteps on the stairs. My mind was racing. Who was in our house? What did they want? Where was Alex? Oh God, I hoped Alex was okay. I looked around wildly for something I could use as a weapon, but came up empty. My phone. I could call for help. But as I pulled it out of my pocket, my heart sank. No signal, of course. The footsteps had reached the top of the stairs now. They paused for a moment, then slowly started moving down the hall towards my room. I was trapped. cornered like an animal. Tears of terror streamed down my face as I pressed myself against the door, praying it would hold. The footsteps stopped right outside. I held my breath, every muscle in my body tense. For what felt like hours, there was only silence. Had they left? Were they still out there waiting? Then I heard it, the slow turning of the doorknob. My blood ran cold as I realized in my panic I had forgotten to lock it. Just as the door started to open, I heard the front door slam open downstairs and Alex's voice call out, "Aaron, you home?" The intruder must have been startled because they immediately let go of the doorknob. I heard rapid footsteps retreating down the hall as Alex called out again. "Alex!" I screamed. "Call the police. There's someone in the house." What happened next was a blur. Alex ran upstairs and found me huddled in the corner of my room, sobbing hysterically. He called 911 as he tried to calm me down. The police arrived within minutes. They searched the house but found no sign of the intruder. However, they did find muddy footprints in the kitchen and living room that didn't belong to Alex or me. As one of the officers was taking my statement, we suddenly heard shouting from outside. They had found someone hiding in the backyard, a woman. I'll never forget the look in her eyes as they brought her out in handcuffs. There was something not right there, something unhinged and dangerous. The police told us later that she had a knife and zip ties in her pockets. They think she had been planning to attack me when I got home alone. The thought still makes me sick to my stomach. We never found out who she was or why she targeted our house. The police said she refused to speak during questioning, just stared blankly ahead. She ended up being committed to a psychiatric facility. Needless to say, Alex and I didn't stay in that house much longer. We broke our lease as soon as we could and found a new place across town. But even now, years later, I still have nightmares about that day. About what could have happened if Alex hadn't come home when he did. I don't know if I'll ever feel truly safe again. Every creak in the night, every shadow in the corner of my eye brings it all rushing back. I'm jumpy, paranoid, always looking over my shoulder. Sometimes I wonder if we ever really knew the full story. Who was that woman? Why did she choose us? Was she working alone, or were others involved? I'll probably never have answers to those questions. All I know is that my sense of safety and security was shattered that day. Home is supposed to be where you feel safest, but for me it became a place of terror. Even now, in a new house in a new town, I can't shake the feeling that danger could be lurking just around the corner. I'm sharing this as a warning to others. Trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. And never, ever take your safety for granted, because in the blink of an eye, your whole world can change. It was around 11 p.m. and I was on my last delivery of the shift. The address was on some street I'd never been to before, way out on the edges of town. As I turned onto the street, I immediately got an uneasy feeling. All the houses looked dark and empty. No lights on, no cars in the driveways. It was like a ghost town. I double-checked the address and slowly rolled down the street, peering at house numbers. That's when I noticed headlights in my rearview mirror. A black sedan had turned onto the street behind me. Didn't think much of it at first, figured it was just another car. But as I drove, I realized it was matching my exact speed and movements. My heart started racing a bit. I told myself I was being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I found the right house number and pulled into the driveway. The black car drove slowly past, but I couldn't see inside because of the tinted windows. It gave me the creeps. I grabbed the delivery bag and walked up to the front door, glancing nervously over my shoulder. The whole street was dead silent except for the crunching of my shoes on the frosty grass. I rang the doorbell and waited. Nothing. Rang again. Still nothing. That's when I noticed the door was actually slightly ajar. A chill ran through me. Something felt very, very wrong. But I had a job to do, right? So I called out, "Hello? Sandwich delivery?" and pushed the door open a bit more. The house was pitch black inside. I fumbled for my phone to use as a flashlight. As the beams swept across the room, my blood ran cold. The place was completely empty. No furniture, no decorations, nothing. Just bare walls and floors. I started to back away, every instinct screaming at me to get the hell out of there. That's when I heard it. The unmistakable sound of a car door shutting outside. I spun around and bolted for my car, sandwich bag forgotten on the empty floor. As I reached for my door handle, movement in the back seat caught my eye. There was someone crouched down back there, dressed all in black with a hood pulled low. I let out a strangled yell and stumbled backward. The figure started to sit up, reaching toward the door lock. In a blind panic, I sprinted down the street as fast as my legs would carry me. I could hear footsteps pounding the pavement behind me. I ran until my lungs were on fire, not daring to look back. Finally, I reached a main road with some traffic and flagged down a passing car. An older couple stopped, and I frantically explained what happened. They called the police for me and let me wait in their car until they arrived. When I told the officers my story, they exchanged a grim look. Apparently, this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. There had been a string of incidents where criminals used fake delivery addresses to lure drivers to empty houses. No one knew exactly what their endgame was. Robbery, kidnapping, who knows? But it was clear I'd had a very close call. They sent some units to check out the house, but of course there was no sign of the hooded figure or the black car by then. Just an empty house and my abandoned delivery bag. I quit my job that very night. To this day, I can't shake the fear of what might have happened if I'd been a few seconds slower getting out of there. Sometimes I still dream about those headlights following me down that dark, empty street. And I wonder, what if next time there's no escape? The whole experience left me shaken for months. I couldn't sleep properly for weeks, constantly jolting awake at every little sound. Even now, years later, I get anxious when I'm out alone at night. That feeling of being watched, of unseen danger lurking just out of sight, it never fully goes away. I've tried to piece it all together, to make sense of what happened that night. Was it just a random crime of opportunity, or was I specifically targeted somehow? The fact that they knew which car was mine, that they were able to get inside while I was at the door, it all seems so calculated. Sometimes I wonder about that hooded figure. Who were they? What did they want? The not knowing is almost worse than anything I can imagine. My mind runs wild with possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. I've done some research over the years, trying to find any similar cases or explanations. But there's frustratingly little information out there. It's like these incidents get swept under the rug, forgotten or ignored, which only makes me more uneasy. How many others have gone through something like this without anyone ever knowing? The police never caught the person responsible as far as I know. Sometimes I worry they're still out there, setting similar traps for other unsuspecting victims. I've thought about reaching out to other delivery drivers, warning them about what happened to me. But part of me is afraid of drawing attention to myself, of somehow putting myself back on their radar. It's hard to explain to people who haven't been through something like this. They tell me I'm being paranoid, that I need to let it go, but they don't understand. Once you've had a brush with true evil, once you've felt that primal fear of being hunted, It changes you. You realize how fragile our sense of safety really is, how quickly everything can go wrong. I still avoid driving alone at night whenever possible. I'm hyper-aware of my surroundings, always watching for cars that might be following me or people acting suspiciously. Some would call it paranoia, but to me it feels like necessary vigilance, because I know firsthand that monsters are real, and they're clever, and they're patient. In a way, the randomness of it all is the most unsettling part. I was just a normal college kid working a normal part-time job. There was nothing special about me, nothing to make me a target, which means it could have happened to anyone. It could happen to anyone, at any time. That's the thought that really keeps me up at night. I've tried therapy, meditation, all sorts of things to try to process the trauma and move on. And in many ways, I have moved on with my life. I graduated college, got a good job, started a family. But there's always a part of me that remains on high alert, waiting for those headlights to appear in my rearview mirror again. Sometimes I drive by that street, in the daytime, of course. It looks so normal, so innocuous. You'd never know by looking at it that it was the site of such a terrifying experience. I wonder about the other houses, if they're all really occupied or if some are empty, waiting to serve as stages for more sinister plans. I've considered moving away, starting fresh somewhere new where these memories don't haunt every corner. But another part of me feels like I need to stay, to keep watch in a way, as if by remaining vigilant, I can somehow prevent it from happening to someone else. There are times when I almost convince myself it was all a bad dream or an overactive imagination. But then I'll catch a glimpse of a black sedan out of the corner of my eye, or hear an unexpected sound at night, and it all comes rushing back. The fear, the adrenaline, the absolute certainty that I was moments away from a fate worse than I could imagine. I don't know if I'll ever have answers, ever understand the full truth of what happened that night. But I do know that it changed me forever. It opened my eyes to a darker side of the world, a side most people never see or choose to ignore. And while that knowledge is a burden in many ways, it's also a reminder to cherish every moment of safety and peace. Because you never know when everything might change in an instant, on a dark and lonely street in the middle of the night. First few days were completely normal. I'd pop by after work, take care of the house chores, maybe watch some TV or play video games. It was actually pretty relaxing. But then on the fourth night, things took a weird turn. I was lounging on the couch around 9 p.m. when I heard 2 sharp knocks at the front door. At first I ignored it, figuring it was probably just a neighbor or something. But then it happened again, louder this time. Feeling a bit uneasy, I went to peek through the peephole. There was a man standing there, tall, kind of scruffy looking, wearing a dark jacket. He knocked again and called out, "Hey, is Alex home?" His voice had this odd, hollow quality to it that sent a chill down my spine. I didn't answer or open the door. After a minute or two, he left. I told myself it was nothing to worry about. Probably just an old friend of Alex's who didn't know they were out of town. But I double-checked all the locks before going to bed that night. The next day passed without incident, and I started to relax again. But then around 11 p.m., as I was getting ready for bed, I heard those 2 distinctive knocks again. My heart started racing immediately. I crept to the door and looked out. It was the same guy, but this time he looked different, more disheveled, with an intense, almost manic look in his eyes. He pounded on the door and yelled, "Alex, I know you're in there. We need to talk." I was seriously freaked out at this point. I grabbed my phone, ready to call the police if he didn't leave. After a few tense minutes of silence, I heard footsteps walking away. I let out a shaky breath, but I knew I wouldn't be getting much sleep that night. The next morning, I debated calling Alex and Jamie to tell them what was going on, but I didn't want to ruin their vacation over what might be nothing. Plus, a part of me was embarrassed about how scared I was, so I kept quiet and tried to go about my day normally. That evening, I made sure to lock up extra carefully before settling in to watch a movie. I must have dozed off on the couch because the next thing I knew, I was jolting awake to a strange sound. It took me a second to realize what it was. The front door clicking shut. My blood ran cold. I knew I had locked that door. There was no way it should be opening. I lay there frozen, straining my ears. And that's when I heard it. Footsteps. Someone was in the house. Panic flooded through me. I tried to grab my phone to call 911, but it wasn't on the coffee table where I'd left it. My mind was racing. How did they get in? What did they want? I needed to get out of there fast. I slowly, silently, eased myself off the couch. The footsteps were moving towards the back of the house. I crept towards the front door, my heart pounding so loud I was sure they must be able to hear it. Just as I reached for the doorknob, a floorboard creaked under my foot. The footsteps stopped. Then they started coming back towards the living room. I didn't hesitate. I yanked open the door and ran. I sprinted down the street in my socks, not daring to look back. I didn't stop until I reached a 24-hour diner a few blocks away. Shaking and out of breath, I burst in and begged them to call the police. The next hour was a blur. Cops showed up, took my statement, then went to check out the house. I sat there sipping bad coffee, jumping at every little sound. Finally, an officer came back. "We found him," he said grimly. He was in one of the bedrooms, just sitting there in the dark. A chill ran through me. "Did he say anything? Who is he?" The cop shook his head. "That's the weird thing. He hasn't said a word since we arrested him. No ID on him either. We're taking him in for questioning." I felt sick. "What about my phone? Did you find it?" "No sign of it in the house. He must have taken it when he came in." The reality of how close I'd come to real danger started to sink in. If I hadn't woken up when I did, I didn't want to think about what might have happened. Over the next few days, more details emerged. The guy had somehow gotten a copy of the house key made. He refused to speak to the police or explain his actions. And weirdest of all, when they showed him a photo of Alex, he insisted it wasn't the right person, that the real Alex looked completely different. I ended up telling Alex and Jamie everything when they got back. They were horrified and apologetic, swearing they had no idea who the guy was or how he might have gotten a key. But I couldn't shake this nagging feeling of doubt. The whole thing was just so bizarre. It's been months now, and I still don't have any real answers. The guy eventually pled guilty to breaking and entering, but never explained his obsession with finding Alex or why he was so sure Alex lived there. Sometimes I wonder if there's more to the story that I don't know. Did Alex and Jamie have some dark secret they never told me about? Was this guy really a stranger or someone from their past? I try not to dwell on it too much, but I'd be lying if I said it didn't affect me. I'm jumpy now, always double-checking locks. I don't house-sit anymore, and sometimes, late at night, I still hear those two sharp knocks echoing in my mind, making me wonder what might have happened if I hadn't woken up in time. I kept playing, headphones on and eyes glued to the screen. But after a while, the sounds started to get more frequent and a bit louder. It was like someone was moving around, opening and closing doors. A chill ran down my spine, but I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination getting the better of me in the dark, empty house. Still, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. I paused the game and took off my headphones, straining to listen. For a few moments, there was only silence. Then I heard it clearly, slow, heavy footsteps creaking on the old wooden floors, and they seemed to be getting closer. My heart started racing. I told myself to calm down, that there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe it was just the neighbor's cat that sometimes snuck in through the pet door. Or maybe the wind was making a door swing open and closed. I tried to focus back on my game, but I couldn't stop glancing nervously at the darkened hallway behind me. That's when I saw it. In the reflection on my computer screen, I caught a glimpse of movement in the hallway, a large dark shape shifting in the shadows. I froze, holding my breath. Slowly, I turned to look directly at the hall, praying I had imagined it. But there it was, a massive silhouette of a person, standing completely still, half hidden around the corner. In that moment, sheer terror gripped me. This was real. There was an intruder in my house. My mind raced, trying to figure out what to do. Should I confront them? Try to sneak out? Call for help? I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move or even breathe. Suddenly, the figure took a step forward into the dim light cast by my computer screen. It was a man, huge and imposing, at least 6'5", and built like a linebacker. But what struck me most was his face. His eyes were wide and crazed, his mouth twisted in a disturbing grin. In each hand, he gripped a large knife, the blades glinting in the low light. That's when my survival instincts finally kicked in. In one fluid motion, I leaped up from my chair and bolted for the nearest exit, the sliding glass door that led to the backyard. I could hear heavy footsteps pounding after me as I ran. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grasp the door handle, but somehow I managed to yank it open and tumble outside. I sprinted across the lawn, my bare feet slipping on the dew-covered grass. I didn't dare look back, terrified of seeing that maniac right on my heels. I vaulted over the fence into my neighbor's yard, scraping my leg on the rough wood, but barely feeling it through the adrenaline. I pounded on my neighbor's door, screaming for help. Lights flicked on, and I heard voices inside, but those seconds felt like an eternity as I imagined the intruder rounding the corner at any moment. Finally, the door opened and I practically fell inside, babbling incoherently about the man in my house. My neighbor, a kindly older woman named Mrs. Peterson, managed to calm me down enough to call 911. As we waited for the police to arrive, she made me sit down and brought me a glass of water. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold it. Every sound made me jump, convinced the intruder had followed me. When the police finally got there, they took my statement and then went to search my house. Those minutes of waiting were agonizing. I was terrified they would find nothing, that maybe I had imagined the whole thing in some kind of sleep-deprived hallucination. But then I heard shouting, followed by the crackle of a police radio calling for backup. They had found him. The intruder was still in my house, hiding in a closet. It took 3 officers to subdue him. He was that big and strong. As they led him out in handcuffs, I got my first real look at him in the light. He was older than I expected, probably in his mid-50s, with wild gray hair and a scraggly beard. His eyes were still wide and unfocused, darting around frantically. The police searched him and found 2 large hunting knives, just like I had seen. They also discovered a backpack full of duct tape, rope, and other items I don't even want to think about. It was clear he had come prepared to do something horrible. The next few hours were a blur of police interviews and crime scene investigators combing through my house. I learned that the intruder had a long history of mental illness and had recently stopped taking his medication. He had no connection to me or my family. He had simply chosen our house at random. That random nature of it all is what still haunts me the most. If I hadn't happened to see his reflection, if I had gone to bed early that night instead of staying up gaming, if I had been a little slower in running away, the outcome could have been so much worse. It's been months since that night, but I still have trouble sleeping. Every little noise in the house sets me on edge. I've started sleeping with a baseball bat next to my bed, just in case. My parents installed a top-of-the-line security system, but it doesn't make me feel much safer. The worst part is the lingering feeling that it could happen again at any time, that there are people out there who might decide on a whim to break into your home and hurt you for no reason at all. I know how lucky I was to escape unharmed, but I can't shake the fear that my luck might run out next time. I keep replaying that night in my head, wondering if there were warning signs I missed. Could I have noticed something earlier? Should I have called the police at the first strange sound? It's easy to second-guess everything in hindsight. The police told me later that the intruder had been watching our house for days, learning our routines. He knew my parents were out of town and that I would be alone. It makes my skin crawl to think of him out there, planning and waiting for the right moment to strike. I've tried talking to a therapist about it, but it's hard to explain the bone-deep fear I still feel. How do you ever feel safe again after something like that? How do you trust that the shadows in your home are just shadows and not someone waiting to hurt you? Sometimes I think about what might have happened if things had gone differently. If I hadn't seen his reflection, or if I had frozen instead of running. The police said that based on the items he brought, he likely intended to tie me up and, well, I try not to dwell on what might have come next. I know I should feel grateful that I escaped, and I am. But there's also a guilty part of me that almost wishes he had done something physical to me. At least then I would have a tangible injury to point to, something concrete to explain why I'm still so messed up over this. Instead, I'm left with invisible scars that no one else can see. The intruder is in prison now, but I know he'll be eligible for parole someday. The thought of him potentially being free again terrifies me. What if he comes back to finish what he started? The rational part of my brain knows that's unlikely, but fear isn't always rational. I've started taking self-defense classes, hoping it will help me feel more in control. But deep down, I know that no amount of training could have prepared me for that night. It all happened so fast, and the sheer terror of the moment overwhelmed everything else. Sometimes I wonder about the intruder's life story. What series of events led him to break into a stranger's home with such sinister intentions? Was he always violent, or did mental illness warp him over time? I've thought about trying to contact him in prison to ask him why he chose our house, but I'm not sure I really want to know the answer. In the end, I'm left with more questions than answers. Why me? Why that night? What if I had made different choices? The uncertainty of it all is almost worse than the actual event. At least that had a clear beginning and end. This lingering fear and doubt feels like it might never fully go away. I know I need to move on with my life. I can't let one terrible night define me forever. But it's hard to shake the feeling that everything changed that night. My sense of safety, my trust in the world, it all feels fundamentally altered. For now, I'm taking it one day at a time. I'm trying to rebuild my life and not let fear control me. But I don't think I'll ever take my safety for granted again. That night showed me how quickly everything can change, how vulnerable we all are. It's a harsh lesson, but one I'll never forget. Been working at Joe's Pizza for about 6 months, mostly doing deliveries around our small town. It was a pretty chill job, cruising around in my beat-up Honda Civic, listening to music and dropping off pies. But everything changed with that one delivery to 412 Oak Street. It was a Friday night, around 10 p.m. I'd just finished a cluster of deliveries in the busier part of town when this order came in for a large pepperoni and mushroom to an address way out on the edge of town. I wasn't thrilled about driving all the way out there, but whatever. A delivery's a delivery. As I headed out of town, the streetlights became fewer and farther between. The paved road turned into gravel, then dirt. My headlights swept across dense woods on either side. I started to get an uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach. Finally, I saw a mailbox with rusted numbers, 412. I turned onto a narrow, overgrown driveway that seemed to go on forever. Branches scraped against my car as I inched forward. The pizza was getting cold, but I didn't care. Every instinct was telling me to turn around. After what felt like an eternity, I reached a clearing. There sat an old Victorian house, paint peeling, windows dark. It looked like no one had lived there for decades. But there was a porch light on, so I grabbed the pizza and got out of the car. The quiet was oppressive. No crickets, no rustling leaves, just dead silence. My footsteps on the creaky porch steps sounded thunderous. I knocked on the door, my knuckles barely making contact with the rotting wood. No answer. I knocked again, louder this time. Still nothing. "Hello?" I called out. "Pizza delivery." Silence. I was about to give up and leave when movement caught my eye. I turned and saw an old man standing at the corner of the house, partially hidden in shadow. He wasn't there a second ago. It was like he materialized out of thin air. My breath caught in my throat. He was rail-thin, easily in his 80s, with wispy white hair and pale, almost translucent skin. But it was his eyes that made my blood run cold. They were pitch black, no whites visible at all, and they were fixed on me with an intensity that made me want to run. Sir, did you order a pizza?" I managed to stammer out. He didn't respond, didn't blink, didn't move a muscle. Just kept staring at me with those horrible black eyes. I don't know how long we stood there, locked in that moment. It could have been seconds or hours. All I know is that suddenly, a gust of wind blew through the clearing. It was bitingly cold, like midwinter instead of a mild spring night. The old man's mouth opened, impossibly wide. A low moan emerged, building in volume and intensity until it was a piercing shriek that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The porch light flickered wildly. I dropped the pizza and ran. Branches whipped my face as I sprinted down the driveway, heart pounding in my ears. I could swear I heard footsteps right behind me, but I didn't dare look back. I flung myself into my car, fumbling with the keys. The engine roared to life and I peeled out, tires kicking up dirt. As I fishtailed onto the main road, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The old man was standing in the middle of the driveway, still as a statue, those black eyes boring into me. Then he raised one skeletal hand and waved slowly, almost mockingly. I floored it all the way back to town, shaking and hyperventilating. When I got back to Joe's, I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost because my manager took one look at me and sent me home for the night. I barely slept that night, or for many nights after. I kept replaying the encounter in my mind, trying to make sense of it. Was it some kind of sick prank, a hallucination, or something else? I quit my job at Joe's the next day, Couldn't handle the thought of potentially making another delivery out there. For weeks afterwards, I'd wake up in a cold sweat, those black eyes haunting my dreams. Eventually, curiosity got the better of me. I drove out to 412 Oak Street in broad daylight, heart in my throat the whole time. But when I got there, all I found was an empty lot overgrown with weeds. No house, no driveway, nothing. I asked around town, trying to be casual about it. Nobody remembered a house out there, let alone an old Victorian. The property had been vacant for as long as anyone could recall. To this day, I don't know what happened that night. Sometimes I almost convince myself it was all in my head, some kind of stress-induced breakdown. But then I'll catch a glimpse of an old man out of the corner of my eye, or wake up from a nightmare with the echo of that unearthly shriek in my ears, and I know it was real. Whatever I encountered that night was not of this world, and sometimes, in my darkest moments, I can't shake the feeling that it's still out there somewhere, waiting, watching. Those black eyes seeing right through me, even now. I don't do delivery jobs anymore. I don't even like to drive at night if I can help it, because every time I pass a dark, secluded driveway, I can't help but wonder, what if it's there? What if those eyes are watching me from the shadows? So if you're ever out for a late-night drive and come across a house that seems out of place, a little too old, a little too quiet, just keep driving. Don't stop. Don't look too closely at the shadows. And whatever you do, don't make eye contact with anyone you see there, because once those black eyes lock onto you, you'll never truly escape them. They'll follow you forever, in your memories, in your nightmares. And sometimes, when you least expect it, you might find them staring back at you from the darkness, hungry and waiting. I know I'll never forget that night, no matter how hard I try. The night a simple pizza delivery became a waking nightmare. The night I learned that there are things in this world beyond our understanding, things that lurk in the shadows of forgotten places. And sometimes, if we're not careful, those things find us. It was a particularly nasty night, with rain coming down in sheets and thunder rumbling in the distance. I was settled in at my desk near the entrance, sipping lukewarm coffee and half watching the security camera feeds. Around 2 a.m., I heard a weird scratching sound coming from deeper in the warehouse. At first I figured it was just the wind rattling something loose, but it kept getting louder and more insistent. I grabbed my flashlight and decided to do a quick patrol, just to put my mind at ease. The warehouse was pitch black, except for the beam of my light bouncing off the metal shelves. Every shadow seemed to move. As I made my way down one of the long aisles, the scratching suddenly stopped. The silence felt even creepier somehow. I was about to turn back when I caught a flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small in the cavernous space. "This is security. Anyone there?" No response. I swept my flashlight back and forth, heart pounding, and then I saw him. There was a man standing at the end of the aisle, partially hidden behind a stack of boxes. He looked to be in his 50s, with graying hair and a weathered face. But the thing that made my blood run cold was his eyes. They were wide and unblinking, reflecting my flashlight beam like an animal's. I froze, unsure what to do. How the hell had he gotten in here? Before I could react, he spoke in a low, gravelly voice. "Why don't you come a little closer, friend? I've got something to show you." Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I was rooted to the spot. The man took a step forward, his movements oddly stiff. "I said come here," he repeated, a hint of menace creeping into his tone. "Don't make me ask again." I fumbled for the walkie-talkie on my belt, ready to call for backup. But as I raised it to my mouth, the man lunged forward with surprising speed. I caught a gleam of metal in his hand as I stumbled backwards, tripping over my own feet in my haste to get away. I scrambled up and ran blindly through the maze of shelves, my flashlight beam bouncing crazily. I could hear heavy footsteps behind me, but I didn't dare look back. My lungs were burning as I finally burst out of the main storage area and into the small office space near the entrance. I slammed the door shut and fumbled with trembling hands to lock it. For several agonizing seconds, there was only the sound of my ragged breathing. Then came 3 slow, deliberate knocks. "Open up!" the man's muffled voice called. "I just want to talk." I grabbed the phone on the desk and frantically dialed 911. As it rang, I heard a weird scraping sound coming from the other side of the door. The operator had barely finished saying, "911, what's your emergency?" when there was a deafening crash. The door flew open, splintered wood flying everywhere. I dropped the phone and dove under the desk. Through the gap between the floor and the desk's bottom edge, I saw a pair of muddy work boots enter the room. They walked slowly around the office, pausing occasionally. I clapped a hand over my mouth to stifle my panicked breathing. The boots stopped right in front of the desk. I squeezed my eyes shut, certain I was about to die. But after what felt like an eternity, I heard retreating footsteps and then the slam of the exterior door. I stayed huddled under that desk for nearly an hour, too terrified to move. When the police finally arrived, they found no trace of the intruder. The officer taking my statement seemed skeptical, especially when I couldn't give a great description of the man beyond older guy with gray hair. I was ready to question my own sanity until they pulled the security camera footage the next day. There he was, clear as day, breaking in through a side entrance I could have sworn was locked. We watched in horror as he methodically searched the warehouse, clearly looking for something or someone. The cameras showed him pulling out a wicked-looking hunting knife right before he encountered me. If I had gotten any closer to him, I don't even want to think about what might have happened. The weirdest part? About 10 minutes after I hid in the office, the footage shows the man just stopping in his tracks. He looks directly at one of the cameras, gives this bone-chilling smile, and then calmly walks out the front door. No alarms went off, even though they should have. The police are still investigating, but they haven't found any leads. They tell me it was probably just some nut job looking to steal stuff, but that doesn't explain how he got past our security system or why he seemed to be hunting me specifically. I quit that job the next day. No amount of money is worth going through something like that again. I still have nightmares about those unblinking eyes and that gravelly voice telling me to come closer. Sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat, certain I can hear those heavy footsteps coming down the hall towards my bedroom. I don't know who that man was or what he really wanted, but I do know one thing. I came way too close to never making it out of that warehouse alive. I can't shake the feeling that he's still out there somewhere, waiting for another chance. So if you work nights in an isolated place like that, please be careful. You never know what kind of monsters might be lurking in the shadows. We got back to my apartment building around 10 p.m. As we approached the front door, I noticed Milo's ears perk up and his nose start twitching. He seemed more alert than usual, but I didn't think much of it at the time. I fumbled with my keys for a moment before unlocking the door and stepping inside. The first thing that struck me as odd was the chill in the air. It was a warm summer night, but the apartment felt unusually cold. I flicked on the lights in the entryway and living room, thinking maybe I had accidentally left the AC cranked up before heading out. But as the room illuminated, my blood ran cold. The curtains on my living room window were swaying gently, as if caught in a breeze. But I knew for a fact that I had closed and locked all the windows before leaving. My heart started racing as I realized someone must have been in my apartment while I was gone. I froze in place, straining my ears for any sound of an intruder still present. The apartment was dead silent except for Milo's low growl beside me. His hackles were raised and he was staring intently down the darkened hallway that led to my bedroom. Every instinct told me to turn and run, to get out of there as fast as possible and call the police. But I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move or even speak. I just stood there, trembling, as my eyes adjusted to peer down the shadowy corridor. That's when I saw it, a dark figure standing motionless at the end of the hallway. My breath caught in my throat as I made out the vague outline of a person, completely still and silent. They were just watching me. Milo's growl turned into frantic barking as he lunged forward, jerking the leash from my grip. The sudden movement snapped me out of my terrified daze. I stumbled backwards, fumbling for the door handle behind me. Just as my fingers closed around the cool metal, the figure in the hallway moved. In 2 swift strides, they disappeared into my bedroom, the door slamming shut behind them. I didn't waste another second. I yanked open the front door and ran out into the hallway, Milo right on my heels. With shaking hands, I pounded on my neighbor's door. "Help! Please, someone's in my apartment," I shouted, my voice cracking with panic. Thankfully, my elderly neighbor answered quickly. She took one look at my pale, sweating face and immediately called 911. Those next few minutes waiting for the police to arrive were agonizing. I paced back and forth in the hallway, jumping at every little sound. Milo stayed pressed against my leg, still growling softly. When the police finally got there, they entered my apartment with guns drawn. I waited anxiously in the hall, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. After what felt like an eternity, one of the officers emerged. "We found someone, sir," he said grimly. "A man hiding in your bedroom closet. We've got him in custody now." Relief washed over me, but it was quickly replaced by a sickening dread. Someone had actually been in my home, invading my personal space. The thought made me nauseous. They brought the intruder out in handcuffs. He was a middle-aged man, probably in his 50s, with graying hair and an unkempt beard. His eyes darted around wildly, never settling on one spot. As they led him past me, he suddenly locked eyes with me for a split second. The look he gave me sent chills down my spine. It was a mixture of fear, confusion, and something else I couldn't quite place. The police took my statement and collected evidence from the apartment. They assured me they would do a thorough investigation, but so far they had no clear motive for the break-in. Nothing appeared to be stolen or damaged. The strangest part was that the intruder refused to say a word. He wouldn't give his name or explain why he had broken in. The officers said he just sat silently in the interrogation room, staring blankly at the wall. It's been a week since that night, and I still can't shake the feeling of violation and unease. I've installed new locks and a security system, but I don't know if I'll ever feel truly safe in my own home again. I keep replaying that moment when I first saw the figure in the hallway. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined it all, if the stress and late hour had caused me to hallucinate. But then I remember the look in that man's eyes as they led him away, and I know it was all too real. The police still haven't been able to identify him or determine his motive. It's like he appeared out of nowhere, with no records or history. I've tried to move on and put it behind me, but I can't stop wondering, why me? Why my apartment? What was he really after? Every night when I walk Milo now, I'm hyper-aware of my surroundings. I check and double-check the locks before bed. Sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I hear footsteps in the hallway. Milo seems on edge too, often growling at shadows or barking at nothing. I know I should probably move, find a new place where I don't have these constant reminders. But part of me is afraid that wherever I go, that lingering sense of being watched will follow. It's like that night opened my eyes to a darker side of reality that I can't unsee. I've tried talking to friends about it, but they don't seem to understand. They say I'm being paranoid, that I need to let it go. But how can I when there are still so many unanswered questions? I've started doing my own research, looking into similar break-ins in the area. So far, I haven't found any clear patterns or connections, but I can't shake the feeling that there's more to this than a random home invasion. The image of that man's face haunts me. There was something in his expression that suggested he knew me, or at least knew something about me. But how? And why? The more I think about it, the more questions I have. I've considered reaching out to the police again, seeing if there have been any developments in the case, but part of me is afraid of what I might learn. What if the truth is even more unsettling than not knowing? For now, I'm trying to take it one day at a time. I'm grateful for Milo's comforting presence. He's been extra attentive since that night, always by my side. I've started leaving lights on at night and sleeping with a baseball bat next to my bed. It's not much, but it helps me feel a little more in control. Still, I can't help but wonder if I'll ever truly feel safe again. That night changed something fundamental in how I see the world. It's like a veil has been lifted, revealing a reality where danger can lurk in the most unexpected places. I find myself studying the faces of strangers on the street, wondering if they're hiding similar secrets. Every creak in the apartment building makes me jump. I've become hyper-vigilant, always on edge. Sometimes I think about that man sitting silently in the interrogation room. What was going through his mind? What drove him to break into a stranger's home and just wait? The not knowing is almost worse than any explanation I can imagine. I've considered seeing a therapist to help process the trauma, but I'm not sure how to even begin explaining what I'm feeling. It's not just fear or anxiety. It's a fundamental shift in how I perceive reality itself. For now, all I can do is try to move forward. I'm taking self-defense classes and considering adopting another dog for added security. But deep down, I know that no amount of precautions can fully erase the memory of that night. I still find myself staring down that hallway sometimes, half expecting to see that shadowy figure materialize again. In my darkest moments, I wonder if he's still out there somewhere, watching and waiting. And I can't help but fear that someday, somehow, he'll come back to finish whatever he started that night. We packed up Chase's old Subaru on Friday afternoon and hit the road, heading east into the Cascade Mountains. The drive was beautiful, winding through lush evergreen forests with glimpses of snow-capped peaks in the distance. As the sun started to set, we turned off onto a bumpy dirt road that led to our campsite. It was a small, secluded spot nestled in a clearing surrounded by towering pines, perfect for getting away from it all. We quickly set up our tents and got a campfire going as darkness fell. The night was crisp and clear, with a blanket of stars twinkling overhead. Chase and I sat around the fire, cracking beers and swapping stories late into the night. Everything seemed so peaceful and relaxed. But then I noticed something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of movement at the edge of our campsite. I turned to look, but all I could see were shadows dancing in the flickering firelight. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was probably just an animal, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that we were being watched. I whispered to Chase, asking if he had seen anything. He hadn't noticed, but now he was on alert too. We both strained our eyes, peering into the darkness beyond the fire's glow. For a few tense minutes, we sat in silence, listening for any sounds. But all we could hear was the crackling of the fire and the faint rustle of wind in the trees. Just as I was starting to relax again, thinking I must have imagined it, I saw it. A dark figure, barely visible in the shadows, standing perfectly still about 30 yards from our camp. My blood ran cold. I nudged Chase and pointed. His eyes went wide as he spotted it too. "Hello?" Chase called out tentatively. No response. The figure didn't move an inch. "Is someone there?" I tried, my voice shaky. Still nothing. Chase stood up slowly. "Hey man, if you need help or something, just let us know. You're kind of freaking us out just standing there." As soon as Chase took a step towards it, the figure melted back into the darkness. We both let out a nervous laugh, trying to play it off. But inside, I was terrified. Who the hell was out there watching us? And why? We decided to call it a night, retreating to our tents. But I tossed and turned for hours, unable to shake the image of that motionless figure from my mind. Every snapping twig or rustling leaf outside made me flinch. I kept imagining someone, or something, circling our campsite in the pitch-black forest. I must have dozed off eventually, because the next thing I knew, Chase was shaking me awake. "Dude, wake up," he hissed. "I heard something outside." I sat up groggily, my heart pounding. "What is it? What time is it?" "Like 3 a.m., Chase whispered. "I had to pee, so I unzipped the tent, and I swear to God I saw someone duck behind a tree near the bathroom." Now I was wide awake. "Are you sure? Did you get a good look?" "No, it was too dark, but I'm positive I saw movement." We sat in tense silence, straining our ears. After a few minutes, we heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps crunching on fallen leaves. They seemed to be circling our campsite. "What do we do?" I whispered, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. "I don't know, man. I'm scared shitless," Chase admitted. "Should we yell at them? Try to scare them off?" Before I could respond, a twig snapped loudly right outside our tent. We both nearly jumped out of our skin. The footsteps stopped. Whoever it was, they were right there, just on the other side of the thin nylon wall. My whole body was trembling. I could hear Chase's ragged breathing next to me. We were frozen in fear, barely daring to move. The silence stretched on for what felt like an eternity. Then, ever so slowly, a shadow passed across the side of the tent. The silhouette of a person, standing motionless. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. After a few agonizing moments, the shadow moved on. We heard more crunching footsteps, growing fainter as they moved away from our tent. Chase and I looked at each other, eyes wide with terror. What the hell was going on? We debated what to do. Part of me wanted to make a run for the car right then and there. But we were miles from anywhere, in the middle of the night, with no cell service. And what if whoever it was still out there, waiting for us? In the end, we decided to wait it out until first light. Neither of us slept a wink. We sat huddled in our sleeping bags, jumping at every little sound. As the sky finally began to lighten, we hurriedly packed up our gear. The whole time, I kept glancing nervously over my shoulder, half expecting to see that dark figure emerge from the trees. But the forest was quiet and still in the pale dawn light. We practically ran to Chase's car. eager to get the hell out of there. But when we reached the parking area, my stomach dropped. All 4 tires were completely flat, slashed open with deep gashes. "Oh shit," Chase muttered. "Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit." I felt like I was going to be sick. This wasn't just some curious hiker or confused camper. Someone had deliberately sabotaged our only way out of here. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. They wanted us trapped here. Chase frantically dug out his phone, but of course there was no signal. We were completely cut off, stranded in the middle of nowhere with a maniac on the loose. "We gotta get out of here, man," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Like right now. Grab what you can carry and let's start walking." Chase nodded, his face pale. We hastily stuffed some supplies in our backpacks: water, snacks, first aid kit. I grabbed the hatchet we'd brought for chopping firewood. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing if we had to defend ourselves. Just as we were about to set off down the road, I heard a faint sound that made my blood run cold. Footsteps, coming from the forest behind us. "Run!" I yelled, not even looking back. We took off sprinting down the dirt road, our backpacks bouncing wildly. I could hear heavy footfalls behind us, getting closer. Blind terror propelled me forward faster than I'd ever run in my life. The road curved ahead, and I chanced to glance back. What I saw nearly made me trip over my own feet. A man was chasing us, closing the gap quickly. He was tall and gaunt, with wild, unkempt hair. But what struck me most was the look in his eyes, a mixture of rage and gleeful malice that chilled me to my core. I pushed myself to run even faster, my lungs burning. Chase was a few paces ahead of me. The pounding footsteps behind grew louder. Just when I thought for sure the man would catch us, the trees opened up and we burst out onto a wider gravel road. To our immense relief, a pickup truck was approaching in the distance. We waved our arms frantically, screaming for help. The truck slowed to a stop, and an older couple peered out at us in confusion. We scrambled into the bed of the pickup, gasping for breath. "Go! Please go!" Chase managed to yell. The bewildered driver hesitated for a moment, then stepped on the gas. As we sped away, I looked back down the road we'd come from. There was no sign of our pursuer. He had vanished back into the forest as quickly as he'd appeared. We eventually made it to a small town where we were able to call the police. They sent officers to investigate, but found no trace of the man or any evidence of what we'd experienced. Our tents and gear were untouched. Even Chase's car tires were fine. No sign they'd ever been slashed. To this day, I have no explanation for what happened to us that terrifying night in the woods. Was it all some kind of shared hallucination, a vivid nightmare? Or did we narrowly escape a real-life monster? I don't know, but one thing's for certain. I'm never going camping again. At first, I wasn't sure what had disturbed me. I lay there in the dark, trying to figure out if I'd heard something, or if it was just my imagination. Then I heard it, the faint sound of my doorbell ringing. It was so quick and soft that I almost missed it. My heart started racing immediately. Who the hell would be ringing my doorbell at 3 a.m? I told myself it was probably just some drunk kids playing a prank after Halloween, but something felt off. The ringing was too hesitant, too careful. I got out of bed and crept over to my bedroom window, which faces the front of the house. Peering through a gap in the curtains, I could see 2 figures standing near my front porch. They were both wearing dark clothes and what looked like Halloween masks. One had on some kind of creepy clown mask, while the other was wearing what I think was supposed to be a wolf. They weren't doing anything, just standing there quietly in the shadows. It was like they were waiting for something. Every few seconds, one of them would reach out, and lightly tap the doorbell, then quickly pull their hand back. I felt a chill go down my spine. This definitely wasn't some harmless prank. These people were trying to figure out if anyone was home without making too much noise. I ducked back behind the curtain, my mind racing. Should I confront them, call the police, try to scare them off somehow? Before I could decide what to do, I heard a faint scraping sound coming from the back of the house. My blood ran cold as I realized what was happening. While I'd been distracted by the two in front, someone else must have gone around back. Moving as quietly as I could, I made my way down the hallway towards the back of the house. The scraping sound was getting louder. When I reached the kitchen, I could see a shadowy figure outside, working at the lock on my back door. I was trembling now, fear and adrenaline coursing through me. I had to do something fast. I reached for my cell phone to call 911, but in my panicked state I fumbled it, and it clattered to the floor. The sound must have startled the person at the back door. They suddenly stopped what they were doing and went still. For a moment, we were both frozen. Me inside, them outside, separated by nothing but a flimsy wooden door and a cheap lock. Then they bolted. I heard rapid footsteps as they ran around the side of the house. At the same moment, I heard the two in front also take off running. I snatched up my phone and finally managed to call 911 with shaking hands. I babbled out what had happened to the dispatcher as I ran around making sure all my doors and windows were locked. The police arrived about 10 minutes later, but by then the intruders were long gone. The officers searched the area but didn't find anyone suspicious. They took my statement and dusted for prints, but nothing ever came of it. The only physical evidence left behind was some scratches on my back door lock where they had tried to break in. The police said it looked like they'd been using a lockpick set. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. I just sat in my living room with all the lights on, jumping at every little sound. Even after the sun came up, I didn't feel safe. In the days that followed, I was a nervous wreck. I kept replaying that night in my head, imagining all the horrible things that could have happened if I hadn't woken up when I did. What if they had gotten inside while I was still asleep? The thoughts made me sick to my stomach. I installed a security system and new locks, but it didn't do much to ease my fears. For weeks, I had trouble sleeping. Every little noise outside would jolt me awake in a panic. I started having vivid nightmares about masked figures breaking into my home. The police never found out who was behind it. They said it was probably just opportunistic burglars who saw an easy target in an isolated house. But I can't shake the feeling that it was something more sinister than that. Why did they pick my house in particular? Why go to all that trouble with the doorbell distraction? And those masks? There was something so unsettling about them. They weren't the cheap plastic Halloween masks you'd find at a party store. They looked high quality, almost handcrafted. It's been nearly a year now, and I still get uneasy when I think about that night. I've considered moving, but I don't want to let fear drive me from my home. Still, I find myself constantly looking over my shoulder, especially at night. Sometimes when I'm lying in bed, I swear I can hear the faint sound of a doorbell in the distance. It's probably just my imagination, but it never fails to send chills down my spine. I keep wondering if they'll come back someday, maybe next Halloween, maybe when I least expect it. I try to tell myself I'm being paranoid, that it was just a one-time thing. But deep down, I can't shake the feeling that it's not over. I've never felt so vulnerable in my own home. It's like my sense of safety and security was shattered that night, and I don't know if I'll ever fully get it back. I find myself studying the faces of strangers, wondering if they were the ones behind those masks. The worst part is not knowing why. Was I specifically targeted for some reason? Or was it truly random? I've gone over every detail of my life, trying to figure out if there's something I'm missing, some reason why someone would want to terrorize me like this. But I always come up empty. I know this might sound crazy, but sometimes I almost wish they had broken in that night. At least then I'd know what they wanted. This uncertainty, this constant state of suspense and dread, is almost worse than anything they could have done to me. I've thought about setting up cameras outside my house, but part of me is afraid of what I might see. What if I check the footage one morning and see those masked figures standing in my yard, just watching my house? I'm not sure I could handle that, so I go on with my life, trying to act normal, trying to convince myself that I'm safe. But I'm always on edge, always waiting for that doorbell to ring again in the middle of the night. And I can't help but wonder, what will I do if it does? I know this story probably sounds unbelievable to some people. Before it happened to me, I probably wouldn't have believed it either. But I swear every word of it is true. I wish it wasn't. I wish I could go back to feeling safe in my own home, to not flinching at every unexpected sound. If you're reading this and you've been through something similar, know that you're not alone. And if you haven't, cherish your sense of security. You never know when it might be taken away from you in the blink of an eye, leaving nothing but fear and paranoia in its wake. I don't know if I'll ever fully recover from that night, but sharing this story, getting it out there, feels like a small step towards reclaiming some kind of control. Even if those masked figures are still out there somewhere, at least now the world knows what they did, and maybe, just maybe, that will be enough to keep them from coming back. Around 11 p.m., I heard the bell chime as the door opened. 3 guys walked in wearing elaborate costumes, a werewolf, a vampire, and what looked like some kind of demon. At first I figured they were just partiers stopping for snacks or something. But then I noticed how they were moving, slowly, deliberately, fanning out across the store. My heart started racing as I realized something wasn't right. The werewolf guy suddenly rushed towards me and vaulted over the counter. Before I could react, he grabbed me and put me in a chokehold. I tried to struggle, but he was way stronger than me. The other 2 quickly locked the front door and started pulling down the window blinds. "Don't try anything stupid," the werewolf growled in my ear. His breath reeked of alcohol. "We're taking you for a little ride." My mind was reeling. What the hell was happening? Why me? I'd worked at this gas station for years without incident. Now, on Halloween of all nights, I was being abducted by costumed freaks. The vampire guy started rifling through the cash register, while the demon dude went to the back room, probably looking for the safe. I could hear him rummaging around and swearing. "Where's the rest of the cash?" the werewolf demanded, tightening his grip on me. That's all we have," I choked out. "We make bank drops throughout the day." He swore and shoved me roughly to the ground. I hit my head on the edge of the counter as I fell. For a moment I saw stars and thought I might black out. The demon emerged from the back empty-handed. "Safe's a time lock, can't get in." "Fuck!" the werewolf shouted, kicking a display stand and sending candy bars flying. "All right, change of plans. We're taking him with us. Maybe the company will pay a nice ransom." My blood ran cold. This was really happening. They were going to kidnap me. I had to do something, but what? I was outnumbered, and they seemed dangerous. As they started arguing about how to get me out to their car without being seen, I noticed something out the window. Red and blue lights getting closer. My heart leapt. Someone must have seen something suspicious and called the cops. The others noticed a moment later. "Shit! 5-0!" the vampire yelled. Suddenly it was chaos. They started running around in a panic, looking for a way out. The werewolf grabbed me again and put a knife to my throat. "You better hope they don't try to come in here," he snarled. I could hear police sirens now, getting louder. Multiple cars by the sound of it. The flashing lights were lighting up the whole store through the cracks in the blinds. "This is the police! Come out with your hands up!" A voice boomed through a megaphone outside. The three guys looked at each other, wide-eyed with fear. For a long moment, nobody moved. Then the demon made a break for the back door. The others hesitated, then followed, dragging me with them. We burst out into the alley behind the store, but there were cops waiting there too. "Freeze! Drop your weapons!" Everything happened so fast after that. The werewolf shoved me away, and they all took off running in different directions. I fell to the ground, scraping my hands and knees. Cops rushed past me in pursuit. There was shouting, the sound of a taser being fired, more yelling. I just lay there on the cold pavement, shaking uncontrollably as the adrenaline coursed through me. A female officer knelt beside me, asking if I was hurt. I could barely string 2 words together to answer her. The next few hours were a blur. Paramedics checked me out. Detectives questioned me. I learned that all 3 suspects had been caught. Apparently, some kids had reported creepy guys in costumes trying to lure them with candy earlier in the evening. The police had already been on the lookout when the 911 call came in about suspicious activity at the gas station. As the sun started to rise, I was finally allowed to go home, but I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying those terrifying moments in my head. Why did they target me? What would have happened if the police hadn't shown up? In the days that followed, more details came out. The 3 guys were part of some sort of cult. They'd been planning to kidnap someone as part of a Halloween ritual. I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. It's been months now, but I still have nightmares about that night. I jump at every little noise. I can't stand to see people in Halloween costumes. I had to quit my job at the gas station. I just couldn't handle being there anymore. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever feel normal again. Will I always be looking over my shoulder, waiting for the next attack? I try to tell myself that it's over, that those guys are in jail now. But deep down, a part of me is still there in that gas station, trapped and terrified, not knowing if I'll make it out alive. I used to love Halloween. Now it just fills me with dread. This year, I think I'll turn off all the lights, lock the doors, and pretend I'm not home. Maybe someday I'll be able to enjoy the holiday again. But not yet. Not while the memory of that night is still so fresh, still so raw. I know I should probably talk to someone, get some help processing all this. But it's hard to open up about it. How do you explain to someone what it feels like to have your whole world turned upside down in an instant? To go from a normal, boring night at work to fighting for your life? Sometimes I catch myself wondering if it was all just a bad dream, but then I see the scars on my hands from where I fell, or I notice how my hands shake when I hear a loud noise, and I know it was all too real. I'm trying to move forward, to reclaim my life. I've started looking for a new job, something during the day where I won't be alone. I'm thinking about moving to a new town, somewhere I can have a fresh start. But no matter where I go, I know those memories will follow me. I guess all I can do is take it one day at a time. Try to focus on the good things in life. Be grateful that I survived when it could have gone so much worse. And hope that someday, somehow, I'll be able to put that night behind me for good. But for now, every time I see a Halloween costume or hear that familiar trick or treat, a part of me is right back in that gas station, wondering if I'll make it to see another day. I don't know if I'll ever be able to shake that feeling completely. All I know is that Halloween will never be the same for me again. I parked my RV in the small gravel lot, surrounded by dense forest on all sides. There were no other vehicles around, which wasn't unusual given how remote this stretch of highway was. I remember thinking how eerily quiet it was as I shut off the engine. No traffic noise, no wildlife sounds, just total silence. I was about to head to the back of the RV to sleep when I noticed headlights appear in my rearview mirror. A beat-up old pickup truck pulled into the rest stop and parked a few spaces away. I felt a twinge of unease but tried to brush it off. Probably just another traveler, I told myself. But then I saw a man get out of the passenger side and start walking towards my RV. Even in the dim light, I could tell something was off about the way he moved. It was almost predatory. My heart started racing as he approached my driver's side window. I cracked the window just an inch, not wanting to seem rude, but also not wanting to make myself vulnerable. The man leaned in close, too close. I could smell alcohol on his breath. "Hey there," he said with an unsettling grin. "My buddies and I ran out of water a ways back. Any chance you could spare some?" My instincts were screaming at me that something wasn't right. Why would they need water when there was a rest stop with facilities right here? And where were these buddies he mentioned? That's when I noticed movement in my peripheral vision. Squinting into the darkness beyond the pickup, I could make out several shadowy figures emerging from the tree line. My blood ran cold as I realized I was being surrounded. "Sorry," I stammered, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't have any extra water. There should be a tap over by the restrooms, though." The man's friendly demeanor instantly vanished. His eyes hardened as he said, "That's not going to work for us. Why don't you step out of the RV and we can talk about this?" Panic surged through me. I knew if I got out, I was done for. Without thinking, I jammed the key in the ignition and fired up the engine. The man tried to reach through the cracked window, but I swerved away, nearly running over one of his accomplices who had moved in front of the RV. Heart pounding, I floored it out of that rest stop as fast as I could. In my rearview mirror, I saw the men running back to their truck. They started to pursue me, but I had enough of a head start that I was able to lose them after a few miles of white-knuckle driving. I didn't stop driving until the sun came up. Even then, I was constantly checking my mirrors, terrified they would catch up to me somehow. It wasn't until I crossed the border back into Canada that I finally felt safe enough to pull over and process what had happened. To this day, I don't know what those men's true intentions were. Robbery? Worse? I try not to think about it too much, but I do know that I narrowly escaped something terrible that night. The incident left me shaken for months afterwards. I had trouble sleeping, always imagining sinister figures lurking in the shadows. I became hyper-vigilant about my surroundings, especially when traveling. It took a long time before I felt comfortable going on solo road trips again. Looking back, I realized how naive I was to think I was safe just because I was in my RV. The Alaska Highway is incredibly remote in parts, and help can be hours away if something goes wrong. I should have been more careful about where I stopped, especially at night. I've shared my story as a warning to other travelers, especially those going through isolated areas. Always trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. Don't worry about seeming rude or paranoid. Your safety is more important than politeness. I'm grateful that I made it out of that situation unharmed, but the fear and uncertainty of that night have stayed with me. Whenever I'm on the road now, especially in remote areas, I'm much more cautious about where I stop and who I interact with. The incident also made me appreciate the importance of being prepared. I now always travel with a satellite phone and emergency beacon, just in case, and I make sure someone always knows my planned route and check-in times. Sometimes I wonder about those men. Were they just desperate people looking to rob travelers? Or did they have more sinister intentions? Part of me wants answers, but another part is glad I'll never know for sure. One thing's for certain, I'll never forget that night on the Alaska highway. It taught me that danger can lurk in the most unexpected places, even in the seeming safety of your own vehicle. And it reinforced the importance of trusting your gut instincts. To anyone planning a similar trip, please be careful out there. The wilderness can be beautiful and awe-inspiring, but it can also be dangerous. Always prioritize your safety and be prepared for anything. And if you ever find yourself in a situation that doesn't feel right, don't hesitate to get out of there as fast as you can. I still love road trips and the freedom of the open road, but now I approach them with a healthy dose of caution and respect for the potential dangers. That night could have ended very differently if I hadn't acted quickly. It's a sobering reminder of how quickly things can go wrong when you're far from help. In the years since, I've talked to other travelers who've had similar experiences on remote highways. It's more common than you might think. We all need to look out for each other out there and share information about potential dangers. I hope my story serves as a wake-up call to anyone who thinks they're invincible on the road. Stay alert, trust your instincts, and always have a plan B. The open road can be a wonderful place, but it can also harbor hidden threats. Stay safe out there, fellow travelers. I was curled up on the couch watching TV, trying to ignore the drafts seeping in through the old windows. The house creaked and groaned as it settled, sounds I was still getting used to after living in newer buildings. But then I heard something that made me sit up straight, my blood running cold. A thump, coming from the basement. At first, I tried to convince myself it was just the house settling or maybe a gust of wind. But then I heard it again and again, a rhythmic thumping, like footsteps. My heart started racing. I muted the TV and held my breath, straining to listen. The thumping continued, slow and steady. It sounded like it was moving around down there. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911, but then I hesitated. What if it was nothing? I'd feel like an idiot if the cops showed up and it turned out to be a raccoon or something. I needed to check it out myself first. Grabbing a heavy flashlight from the kitchen drawer, I crept towards the basement door. My hand shook as I reached for the doorknob. The thumping had stopped, but now I heard what sounded like scratching. I took a deep breath and yanked the door open, shining the flashlight beam down the stairs. The unfinished basement was pitch black beyond the circle of light. Shadows danced on the cinder block walls as I swept the beam back and forth. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaky. "Is someone down there?" Silence. I started down the stairs, wincing at every creak of the old wood. The beam of the flashlight bounced wildly as my hands trembled. When I reached the bottom, I panned the light around slowly. The basement was cluttered with boxes I still hadn't unpacked and old junk left by the previous owners. Cobwebs clung to the exposed beams overhead. A musty smell hung in the air. I didn't see anything out of place at first, but then the beam of light fell on something that made my stomach drop. Footprints, in the thick layer of dust on the concrete floor. They weren't my footprints. I hardly ever came down here. These were fresh, leading from one side of the basement to the other. I followed them with the flashlight, my breath coming in short gasps. They meandered around boxes and piles of junk before disappearing behind the old furnace in the corner. "Who's there?" I yelled, my voice cracking. "I'm calling the police." I backed up towards the stairs, fumbling for my phone. That's when I heard it, a low, guttural growl coming from behind the furnace. I bolted up the stairs, slamming the door behind me. With shaking hands, I dialed 911 and blurted out what was happening to the dispatcher. She assured me officers were on the way and told me to stay on the line. Those next 10 minutes felt like hours as I huddled by the front door, clutching my phone and flashlight. I kept my eyes locked on the basement door, terrified it would burst open at any moment. Finally, I saw the flashing lights of a police car pull up outside. 2 officers came to the door, and I frantically explained what had happened. They looked skeptical, but agreed to check out the basement. I waited upstairs, pacing nervously as they searched below. After what felt like forever, they came back up looking confused. "We didn't find anyone down there," one of the officers said. "No signs of forced entry either. Are you sure you saw footprints?" "Yes," I insisted. "They were right there in the dust, and I heard growling." They exchanged a look. "Well, we didn't see any footprints. The dust down there looks undisturbed. Maybe it was just shadows from your flashlight?" I couldn't believe what I was hearing. How could the footprints be gone? I knew what I saw. The officers did another sweep of the house but found nothing suspicious. They suggested it may have been my imagination, or maybe raccoons in the walls. Before leaving, they gave me a card with the non-emergency number and told me to call if I heard anything else. I was left alone again, feeling shaken and doubting my own sanity. Had I really imagined the whole thing? But it had felt so real. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every creak and groan of the house made me jump. I kept replaying what I'd seen and heard over and over in my mind. The next day, I went down to the basement again, determined to prove to myself I hadn't imagined it. But the floor was covered in an even layer of undisturbed dust. No footprints anywhere. I was about to give up when something caught my eye. In the corner behind the furnace, barely visible, was a small tuft of coarse, dark hair stuck to the wall. My blood ran cold. What the hell was going on? Over the next few weeks, the strange occurrences continued. I'd wake up to find objects moved around the house. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses of a dark shape out of the corner of my eye. The scratching and thumping in the walls became a nightly occurrence. I called in paranormal investigators, had the house blessed by a priest, set up security cameras. Nothing helped. The cameras would mysteriously stop working at night. The priest said he felt an oppressive presence but couldn't explain it. I was at my wit's end. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. The constant fear and stress were taking their toll. I started to wonder if I was losing my mind. Then, one night about a month after that first incident, things came to a head. I jolted awake around 3 a.m. to the sound of heavy footsteps right outside my bedroom door. Before I could react, the door burst open. A massive, shadowy figure filled the doorway. In the dim light, I could make out matted fur, gleaming yellow eyes, and long, curved claws. It let out that same guttural growl I'd heard in the basement. I scrambled back against the headboard, too terrified to even scream. The creature took a step towards me, its claws leaving gouges in the hardwood floor. Just as it was about to reach the bed, there was a blinding flash of light. The creature let out an inhuman shriek and seemed to dissolve into wisps of shadow. When my vision cleared, the room was empty. The only evidence anything had happened were the deep claw marks in the floor. I fled the house that night and never went back. I still don't know what that thing was or where it came from. Sometimes I wonder if it's still there, lurking in the shadows of that basement, waiting for its next victim. All I know is that I'll never ignore strange noises in the night again. Because sometimes the monsters under the bed are all too real. My best friends Johnny Colton and I had been planning our costumes for weeks. I went as a zombie, Johnny was a vampire, and Colton dressed up as Freddy Krueger. As soon as it started getting dark, we grabbed our pillowcases and headed out into the neighborhood. At first, everything was normal, just crowds of other kids in costumes going door to door collecting candy. We were having a blast, comparing our hauls and eating way too much sugar. But as we got further from the busy streets and into the older part of town, things started to feel off. The houses were more spread out, with overgrown yards and peeling paint. Hardly any porch lights were on. It was eerily quiet except for the sound of leaves crunching under our feet. I started to get a creepy feeling in the pit of my stomach, but I didn't want to seem scared in front of my friends. Maybe we should head back, I suggested hesitantly. There's not many houses giving out candy over here. No way, we've barely filled our bags, Johnny protested. Let's try that big house at the end of the street. I bet they have good candy. I reluctantly agreed, and we made our way down the dark street towards an old Victorian house set far back from the road. As we got closer, I noticed all the curtains were drawn, and there were no Halloween decorations. It didn't look like anyone was home. We were about to turn back when suddenly the porch light flickered on. The front door creaked open, and a tall man stepped out onto the porch. He was wearing a dirty white t-shirt and jeans, and had greasy gray hair hanging in his face. Something about him immediately set off alarm bells in my head. "Well, hello there, kiddos," he called out in a raspy voice. "What do we have here? A zombie, a vampire, and Freddy Krueger. Great costumes. Come on up and get your treats." He held out a big bowl of candy, but made no move to come down the steps. My skin was crawling. Every instinct told me to run. That's okay," I stammered. "We should probably get going." "Nonsense," the man insisted. "I've got full-size candy bars. Don't you want them? Come closer so I can see your costumes better." Johnny started to take a step forward, but I grabbed his arm. "We really need to leave. Thanks anyway," I said firmly, pulling my friends away. As we hurried back down the driveway, I glanced over my shoulder. The man was still standing there watching us. A chill ran down my spine. "Dude, what was that about?" Colton asked once we were back on the street. "That guy seemed nice. We could have scored big candy bars." "Didn't you think he was creepy?" I insisted. Something felt really wrong. I'm glad we left. We kept walking, but I couldn't shake my unease. Every shadow and rustle of leaves made me jump. I suggested we start heading home, but the others wanted to hit a few more houses first. As we turned down the next street, I heard footsteps behind us. Heavy, determined footsteps. My heart started racing. I looked back and saw a familiar tall figure following us, keeping pace about half a block behind. "Guys," I whispered urgently, "that man from the house is following us. We need to run, now." We took off sprinting down the dark street. I could hear the footsteps getting closer and closer. Colton tripped on his Freddy Krueger claws and went sprawling onto the sidewalk. As Johnny and I stopped to help him up, I saw the man was only yards away now, reaching out towards us with grimy hands. Just then, headlights appeared at the end of the street. The man cursed and ducked into some bushes. We ran towards the approaching car, waving our arms frantically. But as it got closer, I realized it wasn't slowing down. The car swerved towards us menacingly before speeding past, the driver's face hidden in shadow. We stood there panting, unsure which direction was safe. "What do we do?" Johnny asked, his vampire fangs chattering. Before I could answer, we heard more footsteps coming from behind a fence. Without a word, we all started running again. We sprinted through backyards and alleys, not even sure where we were going anymore. Every few minutes we'd hear sounds of pursuit, footsteps, twigs snapping, even what sounded like growling at one point. After what felt like hours, we finally made it back to a main road. We collapsed onto a bench, gasping for air. Our candy was long gone, lost somewhere during the chase. What just happened? Colton wheezed. I shook my head, still trying to process it all. I don't know, but I think we were in serious danger back there. We made our way home in silence, jumping at every noise. When we got to my house, my mom took one look at our pale faces and torn costumes and demanded to know what happened. We tried to explain, but it all sounded so unbelievable. She called our parents and the police, but of course they never found any evidence of the creepy man or the car that chased us. To this day, I'm not sure exactly what went down that Halloween night. Was it really as terrifying as I remember, or did our young imaginations run wild? All I know is that I've never looked at trick-or-treating the same way since. There are some houses you should never approach, even for the promise of full-size candy bars. And sometimes the real monsters aren't wearing costumes at all. My old Honda Civic had been making some concerning noises for the past hour, but I figured I could make it to the next town before stopping. I was wrong. The engine suddenly sputtered and died, leaving me coasting to a stop on the narrow shoulder. Shit, I muttered, pulling out my phone. No service, of course. I popped the hood and peered inside, but I knew next to nothing about cars. After 15 futile minutes of jiggling wires and checking fluid levels, I gave up. There were no houses or businesses in sight, just miles of winding coastal highway bordered by wilderness. My options were to start walking or hope someone drove by. For nearly an hour I paced back and forth by my car, watching hopefully each time headlights appeared in the distance. But the few cars that passed just blew right by, despite my frantic waving. I was starting to panic, imagining spending the night alone out here in the cold. Just as I was resigning myself to that fate, I saw a battered black pickup truck approaching. I waved my arms desperately, and to my immense relief, it slowed to a stop. A man leaned out the window, tall and gaunt with long, stringy hair. "Car trouble?" he called out in a raspy voice. "Yeah, engine died on me," I replied. "Any chance you could give me a ride to the nearest town? I've got no cell service out here." He nodded. "Hop in." I grabbed my backpack from my car and climbed into the passenger seat, beyond grateful. "Thanks so much, man. You're a lifesaver." As we pulled back onto the road, I introduced myself and explained my situation. The man just grunted in response. An uncomfortable silence settled over us. After a few minutes, he finally spoke. "So where you headed?" "Just up to San Francisco to see my folks for Thanksgiving," I replied. He nodded slowly. "Long drive by yourself. You carrying any protection?" I tensed slightly at the odd question. No. Should I be?" He shrugged. "Lot of weirdos out on these lonely roads. Never know what could happen." A chill ran down my spine. I tried to keep my voice casual. "Yeah, I guess. Honestly, I was more worried about breaking down than running into anyone dangerous." He chuckled darkly. "Maybe you should have been more worried about the people. Lot of folks go missing on highways like this, you know. Just disappear without a trace." My heart was pounding now. I gripped the door handle, ready to bail if needed. "Oh yeah?" I said weakly. "That's pretty scary." "Mm-hmm," he murmured. "Say, you got any family besides your folks? Anyone who'd come looking if you didn't show up?" Alarm bells were blaring in my head. This guy was clearly sizing me up as a potential victim. I had to think fast. "Oh yeah, tons of family," I lied. My brother's actually a cop up in Oregon. We check in every day when I'm on the road." The man's eyes narrowed slightly. "That right?" I nodded emphatically. "Yep. In fact, I should probably give him a call soon to let him know where I am. As soon as we get cell service, that is." He grunted non-committally. We drove in tense silence for several more minutes. I was hyper-aware of every move he made, ready to fight or flee at any moment. Suddenly, he jerked the wheel hard to the right, turning onto a dirt road I hadn't even noticed. My stomach dropped. "Whoa, what are you doing?" I asked, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. "I thought we were going to the next town." "Taking a shortcut," he muttered. The truck bounced down the rutted dirt road, deeper into the pitch-black forest. After about a mile, an old farmhouse loomed out of the darkness. My captor pulled up in front and cut the engine. "We're here," he said ominously. In that moment, I knew with crushing certainty that if I went into that house, I would never come out alive. As he reached for his door handle, I made my move. I yanked my own door open and took off sprinting into the woods. I heard him shouting behind me, then the sound of his boots pounding after me. I ran blindly through the forest, branches whipping my face. My lungs were on fire, but terror kept me going. His angry yells echoed through the trees, sometimes sounding closer, sometimes farther away. After what felt like hours but was probably only 15 minutes, I couldn't run anymore. I crawled under a fallen log, curled into a ball, and tried to quiet my ragged breathing. For a long time, all I could hear was my own thundering heartbeat. Then a twig snapped nearby. Footsteps crunched through dead leaves. "Come on out, boy," his raspy voice called. "No use hiding. Might as well make it easy on yourself." I clamped a hand over my mouth to stifle a whimper. The footsteps came closer, closer, and then they receded. I heard him crashing away through the underbrush, still shouting threats. I stayed frozen in my hiding spot for at least another hour, terrified he was lying in wait nearby. Finally, when the woods had been silent for a long time, I dared to move. I fumbled for my phone with shaking hands. Still no service. Fighting back tears of frustration, I started walking, holding the phone up, hoping to catch a signal. After about 20 minutes of stumbling through the dark forest, my phone finally chirped. 1 bar. I quickly dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? I choked out my story between sobs. The dispatcher kept me on the line while deputies were dispatched to search for me. It was nearly dawn by the time they found me, huddled at the base of a giant redwood. I was dehydrated, scraped up, and in shock, but alive. They never caught the guy. The house was abandoned when they checked it out. My car was still on the highway where I'd left it. To this day, I have no idea what that man's intentions were or what would have happened if I'd gone into that farmhouse. I still take road trips sometimes, but never alone. And I'm always acutely aware that safety is an illusion. Danger could be hiding behind any friendly face offering help. That night on the Lost Coast haunts me to this day, leaving me with a lingering sense of vulnerability I can't shake. I know how close I came to becoming just another missing person statistic, another mysterious disappearance on a lonely stretch of highway. It was around 11 p.m. on a Tuesday night. I had just finished dropping off an order at this farmhouse way out in the boonies. The roads were pitch black except for my headlights, and there was a light drizzle coming down. I was looking forward to heading back into town and calling it a night. As I was driving down this lonely stretch of road, I noticed a figure up ahead. At first I thought it was a deer or something. But as I got closer, I realized it was a man walking along the shoulder. He had his thumb out, hitchhiking. Now, I'm not usually one to pick up hitchhikers, especially that late at night in the middle of nowhere. But something about this guy made me feel bad for him. He looked exhausted, soaked from the rain, carrying a heavy backpack. Against my better judgment, I decided to pull over. "Hey man, you need a ride?" I called out as I rolled down the window. The guy nodded and mumbled a quiet, "Thanks." He climbed into the passenger seat, tossing his backpack in the back. Up close, he looked to be in his mid-30s, scruffy beard, wearing a dirty jacket and jeans. "Where you headed?" I asked as I pulled back onto the road. "Just into town," he replied, not making eye contact. We drove in silence for a few minutes. I tried making small talk, asking where he was coming from, but he just gave short, vague answers. I was starting to regret picking him up. Something felt off about him. That's when I noticed he kept glancing into the back seat. At first I thought maybe he was just checking on his backpack, but he kept doing it over and over, like he was nervous about something back there. I casually looked in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone hiding in the back. But there was nothing there except his backpack and some empty DoorDash bags. The silence was getting uncomfortable. I turned on the radio to fill the void, but the guy immediately reached over and switched it off. "Sorry," he muttered. "Gives me a headache." My heart started racing. Every instinct was screaming at me that something wasn't right. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, trying to stay calm. We were still a good 20 minutes from town. Suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a glint of metal. The guy had pulled out a knife and was holding it in his lap, partially concealed by his jacket. "Pull over," he said in a low voice. My blood ran cold. This couldn't be happening. I didn't know what to do. If I stopped, who knows what he'd do to me. But if I kept driving, he might just stab me right then and there. "Listen, man, just take my wallet. It's in my back pocket. You can have all the cash. I don't want any trouble," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I said, "Pull over, now." His tone was forceful, filled with barely contained rage. I knew I had to act fast. We were approaching a sharp bend in the road. Without thinking, I yanked the wheel hard to the right, sending the car skidding onto the gravel shoulder. The guy wasn't wearing his seatbelt. The sudden movement threw him against the passenger door. In that split second of confusion, I slammed on the brakes and threw the car into park. Before he could react, I flung open my door and bolted. I heard him cursing and scrambling behind me, but I didn't look back. I just ran as fast as I could into a field of tall grass beside the road. My heart was pounding in my ears as I crashed through the wet grass. I could hear him shouting and stomping around, trying to find me in the darkness. I dropped to the ground, praying he wouldn't spot me. For what felt like hours, I lay there paralyzed with fear, barely daring to breathe. Eventually, the sounds of him searching faded. I heard a car door slam, and then the screech of tires as he peeled away in my car. With shaking hands, I pulled out my phone and dialed 911. I gave them a brief rundown of what happened and my location. They said they were sending officers right away. As I waited for the police to arrive, my mind was racing. Who was this guy? What did he want from me? I couldn't shake the image of him constantly looking in the back seat. What was he expecting to see back there? When the cops showed up, I gave them a full statement and description of the guy in my car. They took me to the station to file a report. I must have looked like a mess, soaked, covered in mud, still trembling. A few hours later, they found my abandoned car on the side of the road about 10 miles away. The guy was long gone, but they did find his backpack that he'd left behind in his haste. That's when things got even creepier. Inside the backpack, along with some clothes and snacks. They found a length of rope, duct tape, and a ski mask. The detective said it looked like the guy was planning something, but they weren't sure what exactly. It's been months, and they still haven't caught the guy. Sometimes I lie awake at night wondering, what if I hadn't managed to get away? What was he planning to do with that rope? And why did he keep looking in the back seat? I've replayed that night over and over in my head. There are so many unanswered questions. Was he just looking to rob me? Or did he have something far worse in mind? The whole experience has left me shaken. I don't do late-night deliveries anymore, and I'm always looking over my shoulder when I'm driving alone. I can't help but wonder if he's still out there, waiting for his next victim. I know I'm lucky to have escaped, but part of me wishes I knew what his endgame was. Maybe then I could finally put this nightmare behind me. But I guess some questions are better left unanswered. For now, I'm just trying to move on with my life. But I'll never forget that rainy night on that dark country road, and how close I came to becoming another statistic. If you're reading this, please be careful out there. You never know who might be lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. I hope sharing my story helps someone else stay safe. Trust your instincts and never let your guard down. Because sometimes the real monsters aren't hiding under your bed. They're sitting right next to you in your car, pretending to be just another lonely traveler looking for a ride. I was starting to feel drowsy when I suddenly spotted a figure on the side of the road up ahead. As I got closer, I saw it was a man with his thumb out, hitchhiking. Normally, I'd never pick up a stranger, especially at that hour, but something made me slow down. Maybe it was the isolation of the area, or the fact that he looked so out of place. As I pulled over, I got a better look at him. He was tall and thin, wearing jeans and a dark hoodie pulled low over his face. When he climbed into the passenger seat, I noticed his clothes were damp and muddy, like he'd been trudging through the woods. "Thanks for stopping," he said in a low voice. "I got lost hiking and I've been trying to find my way back to the road for hours." Something about his story didn't quite add up. Who goes hiking in the middle of the night? But I brushed it off. "No problem," I replied. "Where are you headed?" He was quiet for a moment before answering. "Just drop me wherever is convenient for you. I can find my way from there." We drove in silence for a while. I tried to make small talk, but he only gave short, vague responses. I started to feel uneasy. His body language was tense, and he kept fidgeting with something in his pocket. After about 20 minutes, he suddenly spoke up. "You can let me out here." I looked around in confusion. We were in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by thick forest on both sides. "Are you sure? There's nothing out here for miles." "This is fine," he insisted. "I know where I am now." Against my better judgment, I pulled over to the side of the road. As he got out, I noticed a dark stain on the passenger seat where he'd been sitting. Before I could say anything, he'd grabbed a duffel bag from the back seat and disappeared into the woods. My heart was pounding as I pulled back onto the road. What the hell had just happened? I flipped on the interior lights to get a better look at the stain. It was red, blood red. Panic set in as I realized I may have just given a ride to a dangerous criminal. I fumbled for my phone to call 911, but there was no signal out here. I sped up, desperate to get back to civilization. When I finally reached an area with cell service, I immediately called the police. They took my statement and said they'd send officers to search the area where I'd dropped off the stranger. As I waited for them to arrive, I noticed something on the floor of the passenger side. a small object that must have fallen out of the man's pocket. It was a folded piece of paper with an address scrawled on it. The address was for a location in Chicago, not far from where I was headed. My mind raced with possibilities. Was he planning to go there next? Should I warn whoever lived at that address? When the police arrived, I showed them the paper and told them everything. They searched my car and found more evidence, traces of blood on the seat and floor, and some muddy footprints. But the thing that really chilled me was what they found stuffed under the passenger seat, a large hunting knife, its blade stained with what looked like dried blood. The officers assured me they would investigate thoroughly, but I could tell they were skeptical about finding the guy. He had too much of a head start in a vast wilderness area. I spent the next few days in a daze, jumping at every shadow and checking my rearview mirror constantly. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd had a brush with true evil, that I'd unknowingly helped a killer escape. About a week later, I got a call from the detective assigned to the case. They hadn't found the mysterious hitchhiker, but they had made a disturbing discovery. The blood in my car didn't belong to one person. It belonged to at least 3 different individuals, and the knife matched the weapon used in a string of unsolved murders across several states. I felt sick as the implications sank in. How close had I come to being another victim? What would have happened if I hadn't agreed to let him out when he asked? The detective asked if I'd be willing to work with a sketch artist to create a composite of the man's face. I agreed, though I wasn't sure how much help I'd be. I'd only gotten fleeting glimpses of him in the dark car. As I sat with the artist, describing what little I could remember, a chill ran down my spine. I suddenly recalled something I'd forgotten, a distinctive scar running along the man's jawline. As the sketch took shape, I felt a jolt of recognition. I'd seen that face before, on the news. He was a wanted serial killer who'd been eluding police for years. The realization left me shaken to my core. I'd been alone in a car with one of the most dangerous men in the country. I'd given him a ride, possibly helped him evade capture. The what-ifs tormented me. What if he'd decided I was his next victim? What if he came looking for me, worried I could identify him? In the weeks that followed, I was plagued by nightmares and paranoia. Every time I got in my car, I'd check the back seat. Every stranger on the street became a potential threat. I found myself obsessively researching the killer, trying to make sense of my encounter. The police increased patrols in the area where I'd dropped him off, but found no trace. It was like he'd vanished into thin air. The address on the paper turned out to be an abandoned building, another dead end. As time passed, the fear began to fade, replaced by a gnawing sense of guilt. I couldn't shake the feeling that I should have realized something was wrong sooner, that I could have done something to stop him. I started seeing a therapist to deal with the trauma, but it was slow going. How do you process something like that? How do you go back to normal life after coming face to face with such darkness? It's been almost a year now, and I still find myself looking over my shoulder. I've moved to a new city, changed my routines, but I know I'll never forget that night. The image of that man disappearing into the dark woods is seared into my memory. Sometimes I wonder if he's still out there, preying on unsuspecting victims. Other times, I convince myself it was all a bizarre dream, but then I'll catch a glimpse of the scar on my passenger seat where they cut out the blood-stained fabric for evidence, and it all comes rushing back. I don't pick up hitchhikers anymore. I don't drive at night if I can help it. And I always trust my instincts, because I know now how close I came to becoming another statistic, another unsolved mystery. And I know that evil is real, and it sometimes wears a friendly face. So if you're ever driving alone on a dark, deserted road, and you see a figure on the side of the road with their thumb out. Just keep driving. You never know who or what might be trying to hitch a ride. As I was working, I noticed a man walking down the street. He looked to be in his 40s, with short brown hair. Something about him seemed off, but I couldn't put my finger on what. He was just kind of lingering, staring at houses. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling and focus on my decorating. After about an hour, I finished up outside and headed in to grab a drink. That's when things started to get weird. I heard some shuffling noises coming from upstairs. At first I thought it was just the house settling or maybe my cat knocking something over. But then I heard what sounded like footsteps. My heart started racing. I live alone, so there shouldn't be anyone else in the house. I called out, thinking maybe a family member had stopped by. No answer. The footsteps continued. I grabbed a heavy flashlight from the kitchen drawer, both as a light source and a potential weapon. My hands were shaking as I slowly made my way up the stairs. The noises seemed to be coming from my bedroom. As I approached the partially open door, I could see a shadow moving inside. Panic washed over me. Someone was in my house. I burst through the door, shining the flashlight, and saw a figure duck behind my bed. It was the man I'd seen earlier on the street. "Get out of my house!" I yelled, trying to sound braver than I felt. He lunged at me suddenly. I swung the flashlight and it connected with his shoulder. He grunted in pain, but kept coming. We grappled for a few terrifying seconds. He was stronger than me, and I knew I was in serious trouble. Somehow I managed to break free and ran for the stairs. I could hear him right behind me. I practically flew down the steps, my only thought to get out of the house. I burst out the front door and sprinted to my neighbor's house, pounding on their door frantically. "Help! Call the police!" I screamed. My neighbor, a kind elderly woman named Mrs. Johnson, opened the door looking confused and frightened. I pushed my way inside and slammed the door shut behind me. "There's someone in my house," I gasped out between ragged breaths. "Please, call 911. Mrs. Johnson's hands shook as she dialed. I peered out the window, half expecting to see the intruder following me. But the street was empty and quiet. It felt like an eternity before the police arrived. I gave them a statement describing the man I'd seen and what had happened. They searched my house but found no sign of the intruder. The only evidence was a jimmied back window where he'd apparently broken in. The police told me it was likely an attempted burglary gone wrong. They'd increased patrols in the neighborhood but warned me to be vigilant. They took some fingerprints and said they'd be in touch if they found anything. I couldn't bear to stay in my house that night. Mrs. Johnson kindly let me sleep on her couch. I tossed and turned all night, jumping at every little noise. The next day, I installed a security system and new locks. But I couldn't shake the feeling of violation. My home no longer felt safe. For weeks, I had trouble sleeping. Every creak and groan of the house sent my heart racing. I kept replaying the encounter in my mind, imagining all the horrible things that could have happened. What scared me most was how normal everything had seemed at first. One minute I'm decorating for Halloween, the next I'm fighting for my life against an intruder. It made me realize how quickly things can go wrong, how vulnerable we all are. The police never found the guy. Sometimes I still see shadows moving out of the corner of my eye, or think I hear footsteps when I'm alone in the house. Rationally, I know it's just my imagination, but a part of me wonders, what if he comes back? Halloween is coming up again soon. I bought some decorations, but they're still sitting in bags in the garage. I'm not sure I'll ever be able to enjoy the holiday the same way. That night changed everything for me. I'm jumpy, paranoid, always looking over my shoulder. I try to tell myself that it was just a random incident, that lightning doesn't strike twice. But then I remember how ordinary that autumn evening felt at first. How could I have known that putting up some fake cobwebs would lead to the most terrifying night of my life? I'm sharing this as a warning, I guess. You never know what might be lurking in the shadows. Trust your instincts if something feels off. And please be careful out there. What happened to me could happen to anyone. Sometimes I wonder about that man. Who was he? Why my house? Was he desperate or just evil? I'll probably never know. All I know is that my sense of safety, of home, was shattered that night, and no security system or new locks can fully restore it. So this Halloween, as you're out trick-or-treating or decorating your house, stay alert, because you never know when a normal, festive evening might turn into your worst nightmare. I certainly never imagined it could happen to me, but here I am, forever changed by one autumn night that started with hanging cobwebs and ended in terror. I still get chills thinking about it, the sound of his footsteps behind me as I ran down the stairs, the feeling of his hands grabbing at me. Sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat, thinking I'm back in that moment. The police suggested I talk to a therapist about the trauma, but I haven't been able to bring myself to do it yet. How do you explain to someone the feeling of utter helplessness and fear when a stranger is in your home trying to hurt you? How do you describe the way your sense of security crumbles in an instant? I've thought about moving, starting fresh somewhere new. But then I think, what if it happens again? Is anywhere truly safe? It's like this experience has pulled back a curtain, showing me how fragile our sense of safety really is. I find myself studying the faces of strangers, wondering if they're the one who broke into my home. Every time I see a man with short brown hair, my heart races. It's exhausting, living with this constant tension and fear. Friends have suggested I get a dog for protection and company. I'm considering it. At least then I wouldn't be alone in the house. But part of me worries that I'm becoming too paranoid, letting this one incident control my life. I try to remind myself that I survived, that I was strong enough to fight back and get away. But then the doubts creep in. What if I hadn't been so lucky? What if he had a weapon? The what-ifs are endless and terrifying. As I write this, I can hear the wind rustling the leaves outside my window. It's a sound that used to be soothing, but now it just puts me on edge. Every noise is a potential threat, every shadow a possible intruder. I know I need to find a way to move past this, to reclaim my life and my home. But right now, it feels impossible. That one night changed everything, and as much as I wish I could go back to my carefree life before, I know I can never unsee the darkness that lurks beneath the surface of our seemingly safe world. So I'll keep my doors locked, my security system armed. I'll peer out windows before opening them and jump at unexpected noises. And I'll wonder always if I'll ever truly feel safe again. Because once you've come face to face with terror in your own home, how do you ever let your guard down again? I don't have answers. I'm still struggling, still healing. But I hope that by sharing my story, maybe I can help someone else stay safe. Because the scariest part of all this is knowing that it could happen to anyone, at any time. Stay vigilant, trust your instincts, and remember that sometimes the real monsters aren't just Halloween decorations. They're all too real, and they might be closer than you think. I arrived at the sprawling wooded property just before sunset on Friday. The main house was locked up for the season, but I had the key to the small guest cottage about a half-mile down a winding trail through the woods. As I pulled up the long gravel driveway, the last rays of sunlight were fading behind the trees. An unsettling stillness hung in the air. After grabbing my overnight bag from the trunk, I locked up the car and started down the narrow dirt path leading to the cottage. The woods seemed to close in around me as I walked, the towering pines blotting out what little light remained. I flicked on my phone's flashlight, the beam barely penetrating the inky darkness ahead. About halfway down the trail, I heard a twig snap somewhere behind me. I whirled around, heart pounding, but saw only shadows. Probably just a deer or raccoon, I told myself. Still, I picked up my pace, eager to reach the safety of the cottage. A few minutes later, I heard it again, the unmistakable sound of footsteps crunching through the fallen leaves. This time, they were closer, much closer. I broke into a jog, my breath coming in ragged gasps as panic set in. The footsteps quickened to match my pace. Oh God, someone was following me. I ran flat out now, crashing through low-hanging branches as I sprinted down the path. The cottage was just ahead. I could see its dark outline through the trees. Behind me, heavy footfalls pounded the earth, gaining ground with each passing second. I fumbled for the key as I reached the cottage door, my hands shaking violently. Just as I got it into the lock, a hand slammed against the wooden door inches from my face. I screamed and wrenched the door open, tumbling inside and slamming it shut. The lock clicked into place just as my pursuer crashed against the other side. The flimsy door shuddered under the impact. Gasping for breath, I scrambled backwards across the floor as the pounding continued. Each thunderous blow threatened to splinter the wooden frame. "Help!" I shouted, knowing it was futile. There was no one for miles around. "Please, somebody help me!" The pounding abruptly stopped. For a moment, silence descended, broken only by my own ragged breathing. Then came a new sound, the slow scrape of fingernails dragging across the window pane. I turned to see a dark figure silhouetted against the glass, face pressed close as it peered inside. Though I couldn't make out any features in the darkness, I felt its malevolent gaze boring into me. Trembling, I army crawled to the far corner of the one-room cottage, fumbling for my phone. The screen's glow felt painfully bright as I tried to dial 911 with shaking fingers. No signal. Of course there was no signal out here. A fist slammed against the window, the glass spiderwebbing with cracks. I knew it wouldn't hold for long. Completely exposed in the open room, I had nowhere left to hide. This was it. In mere moments, that thing would be inside with me. The window exploded inward in a shower of glass. A dark arm snaked through the jagged opening, groping blindly for the latch. I curled into a ball, squeezing my eyes shut and waiting for the inevitable. Suddenly, the cottage door burst open. Light flooded the room as a familiar voice shouted, "Get away from him!" My eyes flew open to see my older brother Alex standing in the doorway, wielding a baseball bat. The shadowy figure at the window hesitated for just a moment before leaping away and vanishing into the darkness. Alex rushed to my side, helping me to my feet. "Are you okay? What the hell happened?" I collapsed against him, body racked with sobs of relief. Something was chasing me. Tried to break in. How did you know? He shook his head, looking bewildered. "I didn't. I was driving up to surprise you for the weekend and saw your car. When I got to the main house and you weren't there, I had a bad feeling and came running down here." As the adrenaline faded, confusion set in. The timing seemed impossible. How could Alex have shown up at the exact right moment? And how had he covered the half-mile from the main house so quickly on foot? But in that moment, I was too overwhelmed with relief to question it. Alex led me back to his car and we got the hell out of there, not stopping until we were safely back in the city. In the days that followed, we filed a police report, but they found no evidence of an intruder. The broken window was blamed on a fallen tree branch. With no proof, the incident was dismissed as nothing more than my overactive imagination running wild in an unfamiliar place. But I know what I experienced that night. The raw terror as I fled through those woods, the sounds of pursuit growing ever closer, the primal fear as that thing tried to force its way inside, the feeling of utter helplessness, knowing I was completely alone and at its mercy. Sometimes I still wake up in a cold sweat, heart racing as I relive those moments. I've never been back to the family property since that night. Just the thought of those dark, silent woods fills me with dread. I'm grateful beyond words that Alex showed up when he did. Without him, I have no doubt that thing would have gotten to me. But a nagging doubt remains. How did he know to come? How did he get there so fast? And why hasn't he ever wanted to discuss the incident since? Maybe someday I'll work up the courage to press him for answers. But for now, I'm content to try and forget that night ever happened. Some questions are better left unanswered. All I know is that something was hunting me in those woods, something that wasn't human, and I pray I never encounter it again. The first day went smoothly. Apple and I went on long walks through the woods, played fetch in the sprawling backyard, and relaxed on the plush couches. As night fell, I started to feel a bit uneasy. The house was so isolated, surrounded by dense forest on all sides. The darkness outside seemed to press in on the windows. I told myself I was just being paranoid, and tried to focus on how nice it was to have some peace and quiet away from the city. On the second day, I was sitting on the back porch reading a book while Apple napped at my feet. Movement near the tree line caught my eye. I looked up and saw a man with shaggy black hair walking along the edge of the property. He was too far away to make out any details, but something about the way he moved sent a chill down my spine. I called out, "Hello?" but he didn't respond or even turn his head. After a few moments, he disappeared into the woods. I tried to brush it off, assuming it was just a hiker who had wandered off the trail, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I made sure all the doors and windows were locked that night before going to bed. The next evening is when things got truly terrifying. I was relaxing on the upstairs terrace, enjoying the cool night air. Apple was curled up beside me, seemingly asleep. Suddenly, her head shot up, and she started barking furiously at the sliding glass door leading inside. The fur on her back was standing straight up. My heart started racing as I peered through the glass, trying to see what had spooked her. The house was dark inside, just vague shadows. Apple wouldn't stop barking and growling, more agitated than I'd ever seen her. With shaking hands, I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. I slowly opened the door, Apple right on my heels, still barking. We crept down the hallway, my pulse pounding in my ears. I shone the light into each room as we passed, seeing nothing out of place. We reached the guest bedroom at the end of the hall. The closet door was slightly ajar. As I approached, Apple went wild, snarling and snapping at the door. I reached out to pull it open, my hand trembling. In that moment, I saw something that will haunt me for the rest of my life. In the sliver of open space between the door and frame, an eye was staring directly at me. A human eye, wide open and bloodshot. I could see it moving, examining me. I stumbled backwards with a strangled scream, nearly tripping over Apple. Panic took over and I sprinted for the stairs, the dog right behind me. I raced out the front door and jumped in my car, fumbling with the keys. Apple leapt into the passenger seat just as I peeled out of the driveway. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely steer as I sped down the winding forest road. I called 911 as soon as I had cell service, barely able to form coherent sentences as I tried to explain what happened. 2 police cruisers met me at a gas station about 20 minutes from the house. I was still trembling as I recounted what I'd seen. They took my statement and then went to investigate the property. I waited anxiously at the gas station, keeping Apple close. She seemed on edge too, whining softly. After what felt like hours, the officers returned. They said they had done a thorough search of the house and surrounding area, but found no signs of an intruder. No forced entry, nothing disturbed or missing inside. They theorized that someone may have known the owners were on vacation and was planning to rob the place, but got spooked when they realized I was there. The officer praised Apple for alerting me, saying her barking had likely scared off the would-be burglar before they could do anything. I nodded along, but their explanation didn't sit right with me. That eye I saw, it wasn't someone who was scared or caught off guard. It was intently watching me, studying me. And how had they gotten inside without leaving any trace? I was too shaken to return to the house that night. I got a hotel room nearby and brought Apple with me, not wanting to leave her alone. I barely slept, jolting awake at every little sound. The next morning, I went back to the house with a police escort to gather my things. Everything looked normal in the light of day, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. My skin crawled as we walked through the rooms. I kept picturing that eye staring out from dark corners. I called the owners and made up an excuse about a family emergency, saying I had to leave early. I felt bad lying, but I just couldn't stay in that house another night. They were understanding and said they'd arrange for someone else to check on Apple for the last couple days. It's been weeks now, and I still have nightmares about what I saw. I can't stop wondering who or what was in that closet. Sometimes I think maybe I imagined it, that the isolation and darkness played tricks on my mind. But then I remember Apple's reaction, how terrified she was. She sensed something evil in that house. I've tried to rationalize it, to tell myself it was just a burglar like the police said. But deep down, I know it was something much worse, something inhuman. I'm just grateful Apple was there to warn me before it was too late. I shudder to think what might have happened if I'd been alone in that house. I still see that eye sometimes when I close my eyes at night, watching, waiting. I don't know if I'll ever feel truly safe again after what I experienced. All I know is that I'll never take another dog-sitting job in a secluded house. Some things are better left undisturbed in the dark woods.